7 o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to the Morning After on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channels where you can watch it and talk it over with other TMA listeners. We're in the Stiefel studios. The show presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on this presentation. Jackson Burkett is on the ones and the twos, and you are welcome to participate in the program by texting in at 314-399-9646. That's sponsored by Air Comfort Service. And you can call in the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Got a great call yesterday from Dan Janson updating us, Doug, on his role as a spotter on the 8th hole at Glen Echo for the PGA event.
Is that virtue signaling when you say, hey, look at me, I'm kind of helping out people?
Boy,
and I don't know, you guys are the judge and jury.
Doug, virtue signaling.
I think he was just kind of trying to be helpful and trying
in case you hit a tee shot that maybe went and trundled off to the left rough.
Right.
Very gettable hole, though.
I think so. I think he was just trying to drum up a little bit of attention for the event, I think.
So, Dan Janson, you can call in Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Chairman Kurt Filter's phone calls and emails here on the program. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email today comes your way at 9:45 on our Polos Plus dossier. Doug, now you have a responsibility.
What?
And that is to determine our lifetime roofing lead. What a response from Wemby. Is that the direction that you go?
No.
Jackson thinks it kind of should be. But what's going on with L'Habitant? An opportunity to go up 3-1 on the Sabres, but alas, we're going to head back to upstate New York and have ourselves a Game 5 tied at 2.
Nice little story, not the lead.
But what about VGK in overtime, vanquishing Joel Quenneville's Ducks?
Cute, but no.
Paul Skeens flirts with a no-no against the ever-present bottom-of-the-cellar Colorado Rockies.
My journalistic chops won't permit it.
I don't know.
The lead is your St. Louis Redbirds.
Unbelievable.
Winners again on the road. Best road record in the major leagues, 14-7. A 4 spot in the first. Palante pitched pretty well. Weatherholt a big home run. And they win again. Or get back on the winning road after losing a couple in a row. But they looked very good in a minor league stadium.
Always making the B-fib happy.
Yeah, well, he should. It's a nice little W. Well, was I the only one who saw it?
No, Doug.
I just thought Wemby had a big response after the elbow.
We want the NBA in this town. We need to talk more NBA.
Oh, well.
With the win last night, the Cardinals bounce back after the heartbreaker on Sunday, and they get the win. And the Cubs now on a bit of a losing streak. 2.5 games back of first place with the Cubs coming to town here in a couple of weeks. How do you do?
Well, I'm fine.
J.J. Weatherholt going yard. Cardinals jump out to the big lead, 4-0. Jose Fermin, how do you do?
No, I'm fine.
With the Jim Dandy.
Yeah, he drove in a couple. Yeah. Walker had another big hit.
Kind of maddening that Palante gives him the 3 right back. I just hate that.
2-out rally all.
God, they give you and he's so frustrating, but if you look up, he usually goes 5. He'll kind of find a way to get through it.
Bend, not break.
I'm sorry, your mic wasn't on. I didn't hear a damn thing.
Are you on the 1s or the 2s? But you don't appear to be on both. So.
Bend, not break. Andre Palante.
Yeah.
It wasn't that good. I just,
I was chewing on it. You're right. He'll give you a little more than you think. This guy, what's going to be done? 3 1/3? Well, in the end, get you the 5.
As a 4th or 5th starter, I guess that's about what you could hope for.
Just frustrating, Doug. When it's 4-0, I'd like to sit on that lead just a little longer. That Weatherholt homer was huge because the bullpen's been asked to do a lot. O'Brien's coming off a blown save. JJ just keeps on hitting, Doug.
Yeah.
I think this kid's legit.
The lead is the 5-2 Battlehawks preparing for battle against the Houston Gamblers, Doug.
I don't know. I don't think it is. I don't think that's what most people are talking about. It's a nice little story.
We had a graphic, Tim, we had a graphic in our show last night with the Battlehawks playing the Houston Roughnecks, and I realized at one point, well, it's not their name. At some point,
you have like thousands of listeners calling in?
At some point, they changed from the Roughnecks, Doug, probably offensive, to the Gamblers.
Did MC Light have a song called Roughneck in like 93? Am I right on that?
I just
And
don't
that was
know.
LYTE?
Love to help.
LYT, that's correct. Fun surprise guest.
Oh, we have a really good one next week.
We do already have a surprise guest booked for next week?
Yeah, we've been in talks. Now, Brad Underwood, not a surprise, will be here at 9 o'clock. How about that? Not here, but with us.
Okay.
On the Callier and Thompson phone
How about
lines.
that? ILL.
What's the backstory on Brad Underwood's appearance?
Oh, we've been trying to get him since they made the Final Four, and we had a couple days where it fell through. And so just wanted to get him on, talk a little ball. I actually want to ask him. I believe it was Brian Barnhart, voice of the Illini, who said when Underwood was in college, he wanted to be a sportscaster. That was his plan.
Oh, really?
And then stumbled into coaching.
What a lousy move for him to be making $4 or $5 million a year.
Probably
now.
regrets it, I think. Maybe more.
Yeah. Big miss. Big miss for him.
I think early on, it was right after the Final Four, they were about to sign that Quentin Coleman, the kid from Principia. And so the PR folks said, can we wait till that's official? And that's been done for a little while. Anyway, we'd been trying to do it a while ago. Today's the day.
All right.
Doug, that comes your way at 9 o'clock.
Okay, we'll look forward to that.
Doug, what about Rory's blister being the lead?
I don't think it is.
That's from Martin's sweater vest.
No.
Battlehawks are dumb. Stop. It's from Ray King. He's
Okay.
exhausted.
You don't have to be exhausted by it. You don't have to watch it, but you don't have to be exhausted by it.
The Doggies are playing whatever the LAFC team calls themselves tonight. Doug, that's from Mrs. Jeannie Shanahan. This
Okay.
lifetime roofing lead thing, I think a lot of people are getting frustrated.
I don't think they should. I think it's pretty obvious what the lead is.
Are you going to ask Underwood why he won't play Slew? It's from Just Don't Press Push. According to Joe Lenardi, he's going to have to play him in Louisville in the second round of the tournament next year.
Let's do a little bracketology with Coach. Well, Doug got sideways a couple weeks with those Mizzou fans. You seem to be pro Slew. Bring it today.
Yeah, I
Great
want to see
question.
Slew play Illinois and Missouri.
Okay.
Of course.
I love this show. That's from the other Black Yeshiva alum, Nurse.
Who's the first one? Jackson, you didn't go to Block Yeshiva at any point, did you?
Nope.
Okay, well, we don't know who the first one is.
Of course, it closed in 2016.
Oh, it did.
Yeah.
Soccer's where you lose me. Just don't even try with it. That's from Jugs, and he's in D.C. He's an Atlantic 10 basketball
Don't even
insider,
try with it.
and he loves the Cardinals to make the playoffs at plus 350, Doug, if you are looking for a play to make to get 3.5 to 1 on your money. You are welcome to call in, text in, email in, or open up your YouTube app, type in TMASTL, and you get about 4 hours and 52 minutes of watching us. Sure, we're on 101 ESPN until 11, but then you get after the morning after until noon, and Doug is kind of pushing for the before the morning after thing. Hubbard radio president John Kiowski was in the studio for after the morning after yesterday, talking it over with the great Ken Iggy Strode, and there is a little buzz about before the morning after, Doug, and I think that'd be great for your brand and for your exposure.
I'm thin on exposure right now, so I would love to come in 2-3 hours earlier and just chop it up old school.
And that show at 11 is the Audio Bake Sales?
The Audio Bake Sale is what it's being called by Arbor Day, who I think is in line to be the 4-time in a row Texter of the Year.
At my bake sale, yes, you know it.
All right, well, hopefully these discussions won't go anywhere.
Doug's the kind of employee, though, if they just tell, okay, fine, what? All right, okay, this is awful. I'll be there at 6.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody cares about anything Illini related. That's from the Nipper School Monitor.
Gosh.
And Doug, you get into this conversation about Illinois, and I insist it's the big miss. The big miss. Remember that book by Hank Haney? Was that 2012 on Tiger Woods?
Gosh.
I think the big miss locally has been a lack of attention to Illinois. That's what I think.
And they're a number 1 seed already, Doug, in the bracketology?
That's
we
correct,
won't
and they
really
have to
know.
play St.
That
Louis
doesn't mean
University if they can get past Kentucky in Louisville.
Oh,
St.
that's-
Louis University at 9, Kentucky at 8. But is it a home game? Thoughts? 314-974-0101. Call in. Be a friend of the Feather. Agreed. Illini sucks. Some dirty day in the garbage man, and now here we go. Now they're not happy.
Oh. I don't know what percentage of our market reach is in Illinois. I think it's around 20% or so, isn't it? 25?
HD2 doesn't travel over rivers, so
Is
this
that
is
right?
new for us.
Okay. It's
like
yeah,
a force field.
the signal is a force field over rivers, yeah.
All right. Well, I'll stop talking Illinois then, because as soon as it hits the old man, it just stops. The signal
Correct.
drops.
HD2, HD1 will carry there.
Okay.
I mean, you're talking about the head coach of a local team. You might not like it because you're like, we're in St. Louis. St. Louis is in Illinois. And I would tell you, I'd respectfully disagree. Head coach of a Final Four team, Doug.
So weird that people think that way. Like we're a big enough city to be like, no, you're not a part of our region, despite likely being closer to the arts than Chesterfield. Some areas.
Do you think if you're in New York City and you say, all right, let's get to the Brooklyn Nets suck, talk Yankees.
Right, yeah. Like being borough specific.
We'll talk some Jets. No, Jets suck, talk Giants. Did they get that all day?
I'm sure they do.
Oh, I'm sure they get all sorts of ornery people up in there.
You think?
But they're the most populous city in this nation.
I'm a big fan of the Eel Side. Those Brooklyn ladies aren't going to pay their way through nursing school without my support. That's from Doug's prison wallets. That's nice. There's a
They're all
philanthropic.
nurses? Okay. The dancing girls are future nurses?
I had to drive to, I got the opportunity to drive to Stonewolf, play some golf on Saturday.
Humble brag.
In
It's exhausting.
Fairview
What's
Heights.
the difference in an opportunity and I just simply drove there?
Well, I saying had to is like I was
Were you
doing
invited
a job.
by someone else?
No,
Swiss Mackay.
no, I was going with my friends.
Price and Pete.
He couldn't play.
And Herb and I are sideways?
You and
Herb's
Herb,
well hung, though.
you would like Herb.
Because he's well hung?
What?
Martin's a size queen.
But I'm sideways. I said something factually incorrect. And
Oh,
Herb,
about the pickleball? He's not upset about it.
what was it about?
About pickleball, about the local.
Oh, I said the Shock won the championship last year.
And he said they did not.
And then I had Ross Chaffetz in studio yesterday, and I couldn't remember if they did. I said, well, you had a great year last year. That was my Mike Shannon
I was gonna say,
generic, and
yeah,
you fill in the blank.
You had a great
Mr.
year.
Todd Helton is here, and you had a injury last year. Yeah, Mike, it was a debilitating blood disorder that almost killed me. That's it.
I was playing Stonewolf, and part of 64 on the Illinois side was really stop and go traffic, like 2 lanes shut down. So the GPS took us through Washington Park.
That's
and
nice.
Oh, pony.
which I can only describe as the scenic route.
Where the future nurses play?
Yeah.
I did some work in Washington Park in the yachts.
Yeah.
Did some work.
What sort of work?
Good.
Well, there's one area
Good.
you could park.
Very good.
You
A
could-
lot of friends. A lot of friends made their way back to the Moorlands in Clayton from Washington Park. Late nights, great times. Wouldn't do a damn thing different.
Yeah. There's
Washington Park, Doug. Delightful. I recommend it to everyone.
Oh,
This
would
is
you?
not a live read. Is this Yola?
no, I don't think so.
Is
We
there a
haven't named
sign
the
out
business.
front that says support the nurses? Come on in.
Well, there's like one spot where you could park in one of the parking lots and go to 3 different establishments. You know, they're all kind of right there.
Oh, an easy pass.
Yeah, that'd be fun. Maybe we should do like a bundle.
Yeah. It's like going to Six Flags and getting to go to Hurricane Harbor and ride the bus.
And you go in and get your blood pressure taken? Or
No,
blood drawn?
no.
Nurses?
Stonewolf, humble brag much? That's from the Richmond Heights Rob.
I wouldn't describe it as a humble brag, but it was a wonderful day.
You shot an 86.
83.
Oh, probably made some money. How's that Venmo, eh?
Good. Good
Wow.
back. Good back 9. Good back 9.
4 birdies, 2 bogeys.
How long ago was this?
2 birdies. This was Saturday,
Oh, okay.
but I brought it up because we were talking about the Eel side and
And your
Nurses
trip to
Appreciation
Washington Park.
I think it's Nurses Appreciation Day on Friday at the ballpark. Matter of fact, or maybe
How do
Saturday.
you know that?
We run a promo for it here on 101 ESPN. I keep my ears open.
Okay. Sorry.
That was a shot at you, Martin. It was very passive aggressive.
Now me and
It's
her.
accurate.
I
but-
already called you a size queen.
I think that's a compliment. Are you playing from the Reds papers? That's from Dirty Dan the Garbage Man. Not impressed with the 83, Doug.
No, they have a lovely little blue-white combo.
Oh, you go with the merge tees.
Oh, I love a combo. We blue or white on this one, fellas.
Whoa.
You did what now?
Explain that to my kids tonight.
What did you say? You did?
The combo tees.
Well, yeah, but then you
Blue or white? Are we blue or
I
white?
thought you said you blew something.
Cut that off. Everybody knows Far Oaks is the best course on the Illinois side. Jackson, that's from the 618.
You don't have to tell me twice. I love Far Oaks.
But we complain about 270 all the time. I've been obsessed with this 270 64 right by DeSmet Ladue. You just can't get anywhere. It's a disaster.
Yeah.
64 Illinois. I was over there. Caseyville-ish.
Yes.
Just a parking lot.
Yeah, that's why GPS took us through scenic Washington Park.
I feel like you're taking a shot at Washington Park. Just a little
Far
bit.
from
Just
it.
a little bit. Just a little bit. Now
Far
what
from
happened?
it. Nothing. It was great.
Doug Jackson's wearing his Valkyries hat. The Valkyries, of course, situated relatively close to Sacramento, which is where the Cardinals did work last night. And they bounced back after the very unfortunate loss in San Diego. And the Redbirds continue their fine play with a win. More on that coming up on the presentation. Plus, an angry guest booking. They are not happy about the Final Four head coach of a local team joining the show, Brad Underwood. He's scheduled on the Polos Plus dossier at 9 o'clock. You got your Design Air Heating and Cooling email today at 9:45. You are welcome to participate in the program in a wide variety of ways. One of those ways is the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day online at designairservice.com. Sign up at designairservice.com for their service plan. And what that does is allow you to never even think about it. They're going to come out when the weather cools down. When the weather warms up, they tune up the furnace in the fall. They tune up the air conditioner in the spring, and you are taken care of. Any issues, they are going to handle it. And Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client. We can speak firsthand to the greatness that is Seth Goldcamp's business, which is Design Air Heating and Cooling, the longest-running sponsor on The Morning After. Sign up for the service plan at designairservice.com. 7:16 in St. Louis. We take a break. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. We are in the Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour. Doug, what is the theme here? Because we're all men, strapping men to you. But isn't she
Size
lovely?
queens?
Yeah, that's correct.
All those are size queens.
Hold that off. Jackson,
I
what do we
don't
have
know
going
if
on? Stevie Wonder's birthday. That's all I got.
It is Stevie Wonder's birthday.
What do you think on that?
Oh, 74.
I'm going to go over.
Got to be older than that. Wow.
Is 80 live?
Oh, yeah, he's definitely older than 74. He might be 90 even.
I'm going to go under on that and feel real good about it.
I'm
but
going to say
feel
he's
good.
between 74 and 90.
It's a wide delta. You're going to have to pay minus 1,100 to get
hold
paid.
on.
You're excluded from the.
I mean, he was.
Jackson just banned you.
I got blocked.
Yeah, illegitimate answer.
I feel like we would have heard about him turning 80 in the past. He would have been on Entertainment Tonight or whatever the shows are.
I like your reasoning.
Like we
I like how you're coming to the conclusion that the player's on a flush draw.
Like the Craig in the Today Show would have done a whole hoopla. We would have seen it. You would have noticed it if he had previously turned 80. 79. Tim went with 80. Doug went with a 14-year window.
Between 74 and 90.
Today is Stevie Wonder's 76th birthday.
Oh, we all overbid. Nobody
wow.
wins the
Wow.
Showcase
Off the
Showdown, and then
first
Bob
guy.
Barker just walks around the audience shaking hands.
he was
Probably picking
young,
up.
man,
Probably
when
picking up. You're welcome to get involved on the program. Isn't she lovely? 314-974-010. And that's how you can call in to our Collier and Thompson phone lines. The very phone lines that Brad Underwood will be calling into at 9 o'clock on the Polos Plus dossier. A polarizing guest. More Illini says Jackson's truck driver. But in the Michelob, that's in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Now in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, Nipper School Monitor says, Tim, sorry, but the Illini are more of a Chicago market team. This is a SLU Mizzou town. Doug, that's the Nipper School Monitor.
You like how he said sorry though first?
Yeah, I didn't mind
I
it.
don't want to let you down.
Big picture, he's probably correct with that.
Doug with a bad take.
This is Illinois is more of a Chicago town than St. Louis. Of course it is.
I guess.
Oh, you guys,
it is.
It is like Breeny Carpenter.
But you go to a bragging rights game and it's half orange and blue.
I'm not saying we don't have Illinois fans here. I'm saying Chicago would take more pride in the University of Illinois, the Chicago area, than the St. Louis area.
Right, but yeah, okay. In a vacuum, yeah. But like when we're talking about the sports market here, talking about Illinois is just as valid in St. Louis as it is talking about in Chicago, I would say.
Well, I would also say if they were an NIT team, we wouldn't be talking to Brad Underwood.
Likely, yeah.
Let's see. Nipper School Monitor taking some heat here. Doug, they are not happy. A bad take, Doug. That's from the 618.
Which take was that?
618. You'll have to be the Illinois Metro East. That's from Lisa.
No kidding. Thanks for the geography lesson.
How's everybody in Freeburg? Just think about it. New Athens, Freeburg, you got that Waterloo, the Columbia. We got a lot of friends in the 618.
My dad coached at New Athens for
Yeah.
many a year.
The nail. No one in Chicago gives a damn about Illinois. It's from the 312.
Like conflicting reports.
Yeah,
Yep.
I don't think that's accurate.
Hell's breaking loose. Are there cuter stepdads in Chicago or St. Louis? That's from Cuck Knipple.
Now we're talking.
Nipper School Monitor is a hill jack who couldn't get into Illinois even if he was able to figure out the Common App. Doug, you're basically saying the entire city of St. Louis has a lower IQ than Chicago. That's Jugs. He is in D.C.
I don't recall saying that, but I probably did because I don't remember much. But the cuter stepdad, St. Louis or Chicago, that's a toughie.
Okay,
tied
Douglas.
for first.
Douglas. That's a toughie.
Guys, Chicago's less Illinois and more Big Ten. That's from Patrick Bateman.
Isn't
They also-
Illinois Big Ten?
They also cover, well, I guess what they're saying, a lot of Michigan alums in Chi-Town stand up. I know Notre Dame is not affiliated with a conference in football, but certainly they cover Notre Dame there. What is that, about what do you think, a 90-minute drive
Yeah,
for
I think
Chicago?
that's about
And
it.
you guys had Hawk Harrelson on a long time ago. And didn't he tell you he lived in South Bend, but he did White Sox games? You remember that?
I don't remember
you
the
guys
take I had 30
swear,
seconds ago.
You had him on the show, and he was telling that he commuted to Chicago from Notre Dame. Do you remember that?
Is that no? I don't.
I don't.
Must have been a
Buck Swope.
sponsored segment.
Buck Swope, step in.
I tend to get emails done during those. You can get involved 314-399-9646. You're also welcome to talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat with other friends who have gathered, and they are ravenous about the topic of a Final Four coach appearing on the program here today for one of our, Doug, is it 12 segments that we do here, and then we do another full hour?
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
From
a lot of segments.
11 to 12. But the Cardinals get the win last night. Jackson was able to find audio. Where did you find the audio?
MLB film room.
MLB film room, Doug.
So I would say pretty much for every game, home or away, MLB film room will have at least one clip of Ahmad Hardy talking post game, usually about 40 to 65 seconds. Wide range of topics. They cut it up. Sometimes they don't have it. I would say once every 10 games they won't have anything.
But 90% of the time, Doug.
90% at least have something. Home games, usually you get a lot because the local media is there and they're posting clips. Here's Ali Marmol on getting a little 4 spot in the first inning. You ready, Doug?
I'm ready, yeah.
No, it's good to start the game that way. You get the guy in motion, her hits behind him, first and third, Walker drives him in, and then it was good to see a couple guys against the lefty that were in the lineup today, and Fermin and Pozo driving them in to give us an early lead. So I love the fact that we came out of the gate strong. Taking tough at-bats, regardless of what's going on, whether we're up or down, doesn't matter where we're at in the game, just being relentless in the way we approach it, and just create opportunities to continue to score.
Okay.
Pozo's RBI yesterday.
That had to delight you.
That's the reason why you put him in a uniform.
Doug, that's the reason why he had a base knock right up the middle. Oh, wow, look, it's Pozo with a base hit.
He might as well have thrown his bat at the ball.
He lunged across the plate. It was 0-2, and he's like, "You are not striking me out. You will." He hit some junk. Remember last year when he was the pinch hitting machine? They'd be down at his feet, and he would just golf it into left field.
Yeah.
I do think they need to play him more, even some of the pinch hitting opportunities. He only had 18 at-bats going into last night. That was great.
Didn't he also hit that ground ball to short that was booted?
Yeah.
Shortstop made a bad error on a play.
But Mason Wynn got to third.
Yeah.
Yeah, 14-7 on the road. Boy, nearly got that Sunday one. You can't do it that way because you win some that you're not supposed to win. You lose some.
I think of the Mets game early in the season when Mason Wynn hit a ball to no man's land.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get it, but one strike away with your closer. That one will most likely smart for a while.
Was that a toughie, Doug? Would that be a toughie?
That's a toughie.
That would fall into the category of being a toughie. The Cardinals, 24-17 at what is essentially the quarter mark of the season, and 2.5 back of the Cubs, who have now lost 3 in a row. They are tied for second with the Brewers. Pirates, a 1.5 back, and the Reds are kind of flopping around. Miles Michaelis shut them down last night with an attitude as the ball was sailing out of whatever the hell they call that bandbox in Cincinnati. Is it still the Matter of Opinion Great American Ballpark?
I believe that.
Don't have a sponsor on that? They're in. No, fair
think.
enough. Either way, it's a crap ballpark. Ball's flying. And somehow the Reds have one of the lowest run totals in baseball. So Cincinnati has fallen off. They were right at the top of the division. Cardinals now 2.5 back and have played 21 on the road, 20 at home. They're going to get a chance to come back after this road trip and take on the Royals on Friday night. Will Mike McGreevy be at the Dotem on Friday, Doug? We asked him that question when he joined us for a half hour yesterday. What percentage would you put that on?
10%.
Martin, where are you?
11.
Ooh. Papers.
5%.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might be more reasonable.
He didn't, as nice a guy as he is, he didn't even really pretend to act like he's coming. He's like, oh, yeah, okay, well, that's, see what the schedule looks like. Well, it's a morning of a night ball game. The schedule's yours.
That's right.
But it was a polite answer of, yeah.
I think it might be a case of flying too close to the sun, essentially. Like
Flying too close to the sun, Doug. Is that Icarus?
Icarus,
Is that right?
I don't.
And that was a Nintendo game that came out right around the time of Metroid. Remember Castlevania?
No.
And then that followed Super Mario Brothers and The Legend of Zelda. Yeah, Kid Icarus, Jackson, you're right.
I have a feeling that, developing a little relationship with the show has been nice, and coming on and being, more himself is great. And then he goes out there and some listeners are like, hey, McGreevy, you cheap rookie bitch. And he's like, all right.
Oh, God, I didn't even envision that.
so, like, if
you
he-
went to a dark place.
Yeah, and he's
you're
like, all right,
right.
I think I'm going to go back and make my millions.
Like, we're kind of buddies, we're hanging out, and then we just ask him to help us move.
Yeah, right.
And he's like, phew. I mean, you guys are cool and all, but let's slow our roll. Like, we move too fast.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's too bad.
So it's like when you ask the waitress who's really being kind, like for a massage.
You ask waitresses for massages?
No, I don't. I just was asking if that's what it's like.
Oh,
Right.
Does
And
that happen often?
She, of course, politely declines, and you leave a 3% tip.
Yeah.
That's
Show
America,
her.
baby.
Doug, listen to this. Great American Small Park. That's some Dirty Dan the Garbage Man.
Blue feet.
very nice.
I'm really high on this guy.
What is blue feet? Is that an...
Isn't that a Dick Vermeil saying when somebody
scouting
flashed at
term?
camp?
It was Charlie Army.
Charlie
had this
Army.
huge board of all the people they might draft. In fact, I think they had every player in the NFL up there on this board underneath his team, and they would rate how fast they were and how strong, how big, and if they were really fast, he would give him a blue mark, saying he had blue feet.
Oh, okay.
So then they started saying, instead of this guy's really fast, for a year or two, they would say he's got blue feet.
It's a reference to a bird, the blue-footed booby. It has
Explain
a
that to my kids.
distinct mating ritual, and the saying goes, the bluer the feet, the better the mate.
I don't recall Charlie Army explaining it in that way.
They could be two different things.
Yeah.
Both are true.
Like a blue chip prospect is a really good prospect.
Right.
And that was Nick Nolte in Blue Chips?
Yeah.
Shaq?
Shaq was in there.
Shaq, Penny.
Charlie Army's board, they would always have, it was listed in the corner, and it was sort of emergency quarterbacks. And I swear, for like 5 years, it was always like Jeff Hostetler, Jeff George, guys who were, I go, aren't they like 40? They always just had just in case.
Blue Chips has like the best basketball I've ever seen filmed. Like the actual basketball
Footage.
being played is as good as it's ever looked. It's hard to shoot basketball.
Have you ever seen Fast Break with the great Gabe Kaplan?
Is it worth my
Bernard
time?
King is in it.
Love Bernard King.
A lot of pot.
Hard to shoot it if you have actors who can't play.
That too.
Nipper School Monitor is not happy with the pushback on Illinois being a Chicago market team. Gotcha. So Illini are insignificant in Chicago as well as St. Louis. Thanks for educating me. That's from the Nipper School Monitor, Doug. He is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Okay. I'm not sure they're that insignificant.
Meanwhile, No Handle 4567 is also in there and says the moron on the show, doesn't narrow it down, the moron on the show who says bragging rights is 50-50. Get your eyes checked. Orange and blue run the Enterprise Center.
They run it.
Oh, Lord.
Leave us alone.
I've noticed that it's usually about 50-50. Kind of almost by design.
I think that's the read that most people have.
Well, not this guy. What's his name? A
Jackson,
random
that's-
name, bunch of numbers.
No Handle 4567.
Can you label him
Seems like
not
a cool
this
guy.
Why'd you label him not this guy? Could you just assign a name? Do you ever assign a name?
Not on
when they-
YouTube.
Oh, wow.
Not on YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a self-reporting situation.
Never going to get a Final Four coach from Columbia, so might as well welcome Coach Underwood. Boom.
I'm not liking the vibes of the program so far.
And that's from HB Cards.
I don't like the vibe of the program.
Cardinals got a win last night. Wemby responded.
Yeah.
I mean, we're going to get the Oklahoma City, San Antonio showdown in the West, aren't we? And we're going to go old school with the Knicks and Pistons in the motorcade, aren't we? I mean, I think we should be in a good headspace. We've got the inevitable Hurricanes and Avalanche showdown, don't we? Am I right?
Well,
Cardinals have
it's
the same
trending that
record
way.
as the Dodgers.
Better.
What?
A half game better than the Dodgers?
Yeah.
Woot!
If you look at the wild card standings, LA looking up at your Redbirds.
Woot, woot!
Dodgers lost 4 in a row. Cubs have lost 3 in a row. This is a chance, Doug. I think you got to seize this opportunity to make up some ground. This is really about October right now.
I think. What kind of odds could you've gotten on that at this point in the season, the Cardinals' record would be better than the Dodgers?
I think plus 1,500 probably. Plus 1,500.
Well, they would have been long odds, that's for sure.
Damn right they would have been. I like all the flack ND has been catching the last few days. FND. That's from DJ Patty Cakes.
Notre Dame?
Notre Dame's been catching hell? I'm oblivious to that.
There's some war of words separate from the SEC where they're all going after Ole Miss and
Yeah,
Lane
what's Ole
Kiffin.
Miss is taking hits left and right.
So Kiffin said he left Ole Miss in part because they won't get out of the pass with the Confederate flag. He said, I don't know the exact quote. And then Steve Sarkisian out of nowhere
Yeah,
said,
out of nowhere from
they
the top rope.
Said they teach basket weaving at Ole Miss.
And then, of course, Ole Miss took a shot on this program when Jackson read the acceptance rates in the SEC, and it turns out Ole Miss lets everyone in. Was that what the...
Yeah, it was in the 90% of acceptance rate.
And which is the highest acceptance rate in the SEC. Big moment for Mississippi State grads in the area. But what's I understand the Ole Miss thing. I was aware of that. I didn't know Notre Dame was taking hits. So I'm curious here, DJ Patty Cakes.
I think you could go to most major college football programs and find a bunch of players taking not very serious classes.
Well, this wasn't about Ole Miss and athletic. This was about just general public applying in 90+%, and that being the highest acceptance rate of the 16 SEC schools.
Yeah. But when he says they teach basket weaving at Ole Miss, I think they have similar classes just about everywhere.
Yeah, I wonder what Sarkisian, what's Sarkisian
I
got.
don't know how he got roped into this. I think the Notre Dame war words has to do with them not playing USC, apparently.
See, now this one text is thrown us completely off course.
No, interested, though.
Guys, can we get a rundown of tomorrow's tee times for the PGA? Doug, that's Doug's jockstrap. You have the tee sheet.
I don't have it.
Do you think that it'll be better to be the early Thursday, late Friday, or the late Thursday, early Friday, based on the conditions in the Philadelphia area, just a mere miles from Jay White's Villanova?
I think it'd be better to play early Thursday, late Friday.
And that's because of the wind?
Well, they do cut here in this tournament, right? This is not a no cut.
That's correct.
So
PGA Championship. Aronimink.
Yeah. So I would think that on Friday you'd want to know exactly what you need to try to make the cut. And the later you play, the better. You might take a chance that you might otherwise not have.
According to who?
Well, I just made that up.
Arch said that to you?
No.
State of the Sports Journalism Union. That audio will be played as Roman numeral number 1. 7:39 in St. Louis. The program is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and on the TMA STL YouTube channel. Plus, you can always go back and podcast it as well. And you can do that via the Schaefer Door Company podcast app. Participate in the program by texting in, by calling in, by talking it over with other TMA listeners in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. The program brought to you by Brown and Crouppen online at getbc.com or by calling 314-222-2222. Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor of this program now for 3+ years, and we are grateful for their support. We ask that if you are on board with the show, you support the sponsors. That's the name of the game. And Brown and Crouppen is the presenting sponsor. If you get injured and need a lawyer, don't you want somebody who is local? I don't know why you wouldn't. Brown and Crouppen is local, founded in St. Louis in 1979. They care about the community. They're invested in the community. And you know that you can count on Brown and Crouppen because when you get injured, they're going to take care of everything for free. Phone calls for free. Questions for free. They only get paid if you get paid. It's Brown and Crouppen at getbc.com. That's getbc.com or call 314-222-2222. Brown and Crouppen. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision. It should not be based solely on advertisements. A significant update on Ahmad Hardy's situation. Eli Drinkwitz speaking last night. Martin was able to track down the audio. He spoke in Dallas.
Yeah, it was one of those Mizzou to you. They did the chicken and pickle a couple weeks ago here in town. They go all around.
Yeah, there's a large Missouri alumni presence in Dallas. We'll have that audio for you coming up on the Polos Plus dossier. Brad Underwood, head coach of the Illini, at 9 o'clock. Design Air Heating and Cooling, email today at 9:45. That's the polosplus.com dossier. This is the Morning After on 101 ESPN from the Stiefel Studios.
Village Bar, famous for the cheeseburgers, the waffle fries, the wings, just kind of the neighborhood hangout that it's been forever. Great place to watch the game. There's multiple TVs. Games are always on. People are enjoying the food, the camaraderie. It's just a great place to hang out. It's also the home to 1879 Distilling. That's the barn out back. That's where they're making these award-winning premium spirits. Red Barn vodka, real popular this time of year, summertime. So many different flavors that you can sample. Go to the website, 1879distilling.com. Great site that explains the backstory, how they started this up, why they did it, but also the different products available to you. 1879 rye, 1879 bourbon, and the tasting room for 1879. That's the general store right there connected to Village Bar on the east side. It's the that blue building, the blue house there. We've got a little patio area out in front that'll be open during the summertime. And on Saturdays, noon to 5, that's when the general store is always open for tastings, but also purchases. They've got merchandise in there for both Village Bar and 1879. Grab your products there as well. Stop by and see them. Learn a little more about the whole distilling process. 1879distilling.com, the website. Stop by and see them at Village Bar.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Cardinals win against the A's last night. Back in action, Sacramento this evening, taking on the Athletics again. 8:40 p.m. first pitch. Matthew Liberatore on the mound for the Cardinals. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
This is kind of the jam, don't you think?
Oh, my God, yeah.
Well, of all
Wow.
the jams, this is the jam.
How come we lost the lyrics right
I
there?
don't know. It was probably nasty.
But my kids are on their way to school right now, and I don't want to have to explain this to them.
Be careful. Can you put earmuffs on them?
I'll just sit down to them. Oh, no, once again. Is it Kanye West's birthday?
No. Who else is on this song?
Do we have initials?
PT.
PT. Paul Thomas?
Not Paul
Thomas Anderson?
Not his birthday. Married to the
Pete-
delightful Maya Rudolph.
Pete Terwilliger?
No. Good guess, though.
Phil Thompson?
Not Philly T.
Second letter, first name.
You.
No chance, by the way. This is going to occupy the next 2.5 minutes.
Putnam Terwilliger.
More like 2.5 hours. Like we could take 3 breaks.
Third letter?
S.
Uh-oh.
No. The next letter H.
Oh.
Switch the station, Anna Marie.
Push.
Yeah.
Next letter?
A.
Pushing.
Matthew Puchard from the Cardinal bullpen.
Oh, yeah, kind of a
Only
fun.
here about a day or two.
Yeah, he did a cup of coffee.
Okay, I give up.
Push a T.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Got a little scary there for a second.
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe we should back off.
I want my kids to be able to listen to the show, Jackson.
I get it.
But here you are. You make us work bleed.
Did you hear that piano?
Sick.
Iconic.
Now, what was so iconic about that piano?
That piano riff.
I have a grievance real quickly. I feel like the word iconic's getting thrown around a little too loosely over the last handful of months.
I don't disagree. However, I do still think that the Runaway piano riff is iconic.
I'll agree with that take. But because the word iconic
Right.
is being thrown around for somebody with like a cute quip on social media,
Right. Like your Sunday Eggs Benedict is not iconic.
I don't know when GOAT began
Yeah.
to have its, and it was used certainly for Tom Brady, understandably so. But then somebody with like 30 followers on the Twitter tweets gets off a line, man, here's your crown, GOAT.
Yeah. Or someone saying he's a GOAT. It's like, well, it's one. It can only be one. The greatest of all time.
I ordered a dish at a restaurant on Saturday night, and the waiter described my order as iconic. And I thought,
for heaven's
I'll do it.
sakes.
Do you think they were lemonading?
I don't think this restaurant is where we play.
Okay.
Certainly not me.
Was it like a bolognese or something?
Did you ask him for a massage?
Chicken.
Nice.
Iconic. Settle down.
He said, you'll have the chicken, please. And he said, boy, that's an iconic order.
What if he called you the GOAT?
That's eliminating at its highest
I
level.
thought you were going to say you
There's
were
not
some
a
GOAT.
chance this gentleman knew what I did for a living.
Sure.
Not a chance. Now, everybody else does. Everybody else does. And they can't believe how good I am at it. But we're going to talk more about that in the 8 o'clock hour.
The line cooks were buzzing. The waiter had no clue that not only was the food iconic, so was the customer.
There's only one GOAT, and he cracks the mics in those studios at 7 a.m. Doug, that's MD 2020. Tim, it's because this generation is trash. Bunch of beta losers. That's from Beer Cats.
Beta losers.
Don't you have a son who would be, like, he's younger than me?
They can still take a shot at him.
And the Beer Cats family, the father and the son, were ganging up on Iggy yesterday, Martin, on the audio bake sale, kind of reminiscent of when that father and son took out the Royals' first base coach on the south side of Chicago.
Yeah.
Hoosier bonding, we call it. Frank loved to talk about father and son playing catch out in the backyard. Okay, do you remember the first time you put on a mitt and played catch with your father. And now it'll be, okay, do you remember you and your dad getting together to mock the Orange Man? It's a really special moment. Bonding.
Get involved on the program. Text in with your bonding moments with your father. 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service. Text inbox. You're also welcome to participate in the program by calling in Dan Janson with an iconic call yesterday.
That was.
314-974-0101. Doug, once again, for those who didn't hear it, I'd recommend podcasting it on the Schaefer Door Company podcast on YouTube or the TMA STL app. But he is a spotter out at Glen Echo this week, and man, that was good. So if you will get a follow-up today. Brad Underwood going to join us in the Polos Plus dossier at 9 o'clock. And then the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day at 9:45. Martin, you were able to track down this audio. I was reading Power Mizzou, Gabe DeArmond, and Cody Goodwin's coverage of this, but you got the audio on Eli Drinkwitz talking about Ahmad Hardy for the first time.
And before Papers gets crushed, it's a little echoey, it's a little hollow.
Not Jackson's fault.
Not Jackson's fault. So it's Mike Kelly sitting up at the front of the room. Probably, I have no idea, but it's probably, 50 people or so at this. I'm making it up. You can't tell. But it looks like an intimate gathering of Mizzou fans, alums in the Dallas area. At Chicken and Pickle in the greater Dallas area, they're talking to Mizzou fans. They're on this tour, but Mike Kelly early on says, give us an update on Ahmad Hardy.
This comes from Nate Sanchez of the Dallas Morning News.
Who appears to be a Mizzou alum in his bio.
Yes.
What can you tell us about Ahmad Hardy?
I can tell you Ahmad Hardy has been discharged from the hospital. He's back in MOI, and he's working on a recovery. The timetable for that recovery is not determined. We'll take it day by day. He will get back healthy. When you're dealing with with elite athletes, right? Getting back healthy and getting back to elite status is always a little bit tricky in some of these situations. There is an opportunity that he could be back this year. There's an opportunity he couldn't be back this year. So we won't know those answers for a few weeks. But he's got the full support of MU Healthcare, and he's got the full support of our team as we continue to help him recover and work it day by day.
So I realize, as Martin said on the front end, that the audio is, I don't know what the right word would be.
Hollow, maybe?
Hollow, difficult to understand. But, one of the things that he said, he may play, he may not play. And then he went on to expound with, I don't want to say a whole lot of nothing, because I don't think that would be, but there wasn't a lot there specific to the situation because they don't know yet.
I think when he said there's an opportunity he could play next year, probably people in the room like, and there's an opportunity he may not play next year. Everybody's wanting some sort of definity here, and I don't think he can get it at this point.
No.
He's back at the Missouri Orthopedic Institute in Columbia, where he's continuing his recovery. So there was some line, and I don't know if it was a reporter, but said they're a few weeks away. So in other words, they still don't have a clue yet as to when he will be cleared for football, or if that's even possible. I do think it's a good point by Drinkwitz. We're not just talking about, hey, you've recovered nicely, you're getting around all right. He was the leading SEC rusher, and to get back to that level, I think is a fair point by Drinkwitz.
All-American.
Yeah, you're talking about elite status in the sport of football. So to just say, oh, you're back, you're healthy, and then continuing at the level he was at is a big question.
Yeah.
So Gabe DeArmond wrote about this, entitled it New Hardy Information. This was super early this morning. The Colonel, along with Jackson, was getting text from me at 4:45 this morning. Jackson's part of the early morning text recipient like the Colonel, and I'll text with the Colonel. And he posted this, which was written by a donor, and I may be botching his name. I apologize. Doug Reed Millard?
Okay, let's go with it.
All right. He is a donor, and from Gabe DeArmond, says he appears to have been with Hardy this weekend. Prayers for my guy, Ahmad Hardy, running back for the University of Missouri, pictured from earlier today at Forest General Hospital in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, is he and his 2-month-old son, Ahmad Hardy Jr. Missouri football running back coach Curtis Looper and recruiting coach Maury Bland were by Ahmad's bedside from day one to give the full support of Coach Drinkwitz and the entire University of Missouri's football family to Ahmad and his family. Today, we flew Ahmad back to Columbia, where he was met by the university's top orthopedic surgeon, Clayton Nelly, and his team. Ahmad had a big smile as we all gathered around to welcome him home to his Mizzou family. Dr. Nelly will oversee Ahmad's rehab and progress going into the future. In the hospital room in Hattiesburg, Ahmad said to Coach Bland, "Do you think I could start playing mid-season?" So that is of note that Ahmad Hardy asked, "Do you think I could start playing mid-season?" We all know it's way too soon to speculate on Ahmad's return to playing football. Both his orthopedic surgeon, who repaired the femur bone, and his trauma surgeon, who cleared out and repaired the soft tissue where he was shot, said that Ahmad should definitely have a full recovery. They were very positive about the outcome and added that a better prognosis would be to review his progress in 4 weeks. The two Forest General Hospital surgeons added Ahmad is a very, very lucky young man. The full metal jacket bullet penetrated through his wallet into his femur and then ricocheted back up into the soft tissue. The bullet did not enter his colon or bladder. It was a 1/4 inch from his femoral artery and did not penetrate his sciatic nerve, both which could have been devastating. My suggestion to everyone, give Ahmad's medical team at least a month before you start asking the big question of when will Ahmad be back on the field again. He will be, but that is the million-dollar question. I've personally been honored to mentor Ahmad while he has been at the University of Missouri. He is a great young man. He loves playing football with all his teammates. He enjoys running the ball, but he also enjoys blocking as much to make sure the team moves the ball up the field. Little AJ means the world to him, and riding his horse Chaotic gives him a lot of peace after a ball game. And then he elaborates on more about giving the medical team time to get his prognosis and progress down the road in a few weeks. So that is from a donor who was with Ahmad Hardy and flew back to Columbia with him from Mississippi.
Pretty detailed
Yes.
reporting there from a non-journalist on site. And that Maury Bland is the director of recruiting strategy on the coaching staff, but Coach Bland. That's pretty detailed information. And his quote of Hardy saying, "Could I play by midseason?" is, again, you got to wait and see. But I think if you're a Mizzou fan, you're a little nervous. On the football side, you worry about the kid's overall health. On the football side now, you can start to worry a little bit about his availability.
Yeah. You get the sense that he doesn't think he's going to be ready real soon.
And who knows? I mean, in that moment, maybe he's thinking the worst.
But oftentimes it seems, thinking optimistically, that people that age and elite athletes tend to heal quicker than the rest of us. So, maybe there's a chance that he does get back. It might make sense just to hold him out all year and say, come back next year when you're absolutely 100% ready to go. Why risk it now? He does have an NFL career to think about. Might make more sense just to say, why don't you sit out 26 and come back in 27 if you can.
I mean, when you hear the detail of that, I mean, not only, I would imagine most people heard that, and I certainly highlighted it verbally while reading it, is Ahmad Hardy asking if he could come back by mid-season. But, you hear something such as the full metal jacket bullet penetrated through his wallet into his femur and then ricocheted back up into the soft tissue. And words like the bullet did not enter his colon or bladder and it was a 1/4 inch from his femoral artery and didn't penetrate his sciatic nerve. I mean, you're talking about, a 1/4 inch away from, this is a tragedy, but you're talking about a life-altering or a life-threatening 1/4 inch.
Oh, yeah. You get shot in the leg, the top of the leg especially, there's a good chance you can bleed out.
That is about the most detailed medical report I've ever gotten, though, from a booster and or fan or mentor. We were all concerned, and I think Gabe touched on it yesterday, too, with the HIPAA laws. Even Drinkwitz, you can't say a whole lot. about somebody's medical condition, but I guess this guy was there.
Maybe Ahmad gave him permission.
Well, I'm wondering. Clearly, he's probably comfortable letting him speak for him if he's known him this well. And that stable, if you want to talk football terms, stable of running backs, again, talked about with Gabe yesterday. Not real deep in terms of experience. There's a kid from Wyoming. There's a kid from Montana that transferred in. There's the recruit out of Chicago. Jamal Roberts, St. Louis kid, obviously would be the guy. But, boy, that was such a powerful attack. I mean, you talk about a guy who rushed for over 1,600 yards. You got a new quarterback. Again, on the football side, which can be crass, but last I checked, this is a sports station at times, except 7-Eleven.
Right.
On the football side of things, this could be a big loss.
Guys, that's how Washington, formerly Redskins, cornerback Sean Taylor was killed. He was shot in the femoral artery. That is from the 314. Keeping Jamal Roberts is now the biggest offseason transaction Mizzou made from a football standpoint. That is cheese deluxe. Guys, I know Reed Millard personally. He is as good as they come. He has been great to Ahmad. That is from the 573. All right. So a very thorough update. You can read it at powermizzou.com. Gabe DeArmond and Cody Goodwin doing a wonderful job covering this incredibly sad story regarding the All-American running back. It is 8:03 in St. Louis. We are in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour, coming out of the Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour here on TMA. Healthcare Evolution is online at healthcare-evolution.com. That's healthcare-evolution.com. And we recommend checking them out. If you are dealing with an injury and you're sitting there going, man, I really want to get outside. The weather's beautiful, but I'm not going to be able to get in to see my doctor for a few weeks. And then I'm probably not going to be able to see a specialist for a few weeks. And then I got to do physical therapy and I'm still in pain. And the next thing I know, summer's gone and I wasted it. Go to healthcare-evolution.com. And in the month of May, specifically for TMA listeners, you're going to get 10% off any knee treatments at healthcare-evolution.com. That's my guy, Logan Taylor, and his team. I've been out there. I had them look at my shoulder. It's healthcare-evolution.com. Let them know you're a TMA listener. And if you're dealing with a knee injury, you get 10% off treatment at Healthcare Evolution. Brad Underwood at 9 o'clock on the program. Polos Plus dossier also includes the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring, family and locally owned, now going back more than 3 decades. Online at igotfloored.com. That's igotfloored.com. It's Michael's Flooring. And we recommend you check out igotfloored.com because you can get 3 free samples from Proximity Mills just by going to the website, igotfloored.com. Michael's Passions Flooring. When you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. Just come into Michael's Flooring and you're going to see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you, not pushing what corporate's telling them they have too much of. They have it all, but carpet's awesome and it's back. They have so many varieties of all flooring and have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis. They are in Creve Coeur, they are in Garden Prairie, and they are in St. Peters. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael and make sure you visit igotfloored.com. Is this Darius Rucker
Sure
and Hillary
is.
Scott of Lady A? Because if I say antebellum, we'll have to go to HD2?
I would think so.
Okay.
I didn't know she was involved in this.
No, sure. That's the female vocalist you'll hear right there. Is it Darius Rucker's birthday? Is it Hillary Scott's birthday?
It's Darius Rucker's birthday.
Boy, what do you think there? He was friends with Jennings Randolph Jr.,
Well,
both Gamecocks.
Oh, I'd say he's about 68.
Oh, under all day long.
Is he
Bankroll
younger
in the
than
middle.
He's
He's
been
right
a
around
while.
6'0", but maybe not that high.
So Hootie and the Blowfish emerged in 1995. Was the drummer from St. Louis, soccer guy?
I don't know where he was from.
Got to do show prep, man. Especially with the doggies in LAFC.
And that would have led me to Darius Rucker's age.
The drummer.
He'd be a good surprise, guess.
Yeah, it'd be fun.
But you can't say who
But he plays golf, and that could upset the audience.
Okay.
A portion of it.
59.
God, I feel great about the under on that. You know what I'm gonna do? $1. He is $1.
Oh,
Darius Rucker turned 60 today.
No!
60.
Wow,
Bankroll's gone.
Wow.
Bankroll's gone.
He's been around a while.
What a career pivot. Pop culture into pop music into country.
So he was 30 with Hootie and the Blowfish? It just really surprises me.
Yeah. He basically got started at 20 years old. 1986, as they call it, years active.
But Hold My Hand, Doug, was that their first hit?
It seemed
that was
like it.
95, right? 94, 95, 94?
Gosh, I don't know the years.
Hold my hand.
94-ish?
It's a good question. It's such a good question.
It's not that great a question. It's just when did the song come out? That's
Are
a
you
great
just
question.
killing time looking for the answer, and that's why you
It's a
said
good read,
great
Martin.
question?
You're starting to pick
Well,
up Jackson's tells.
Or do you really believe it's a great question? He's now mouthing.
94.
Why do you mouth things?
Chairman was trying to tell
They're
me.
having a little mouth conversation off air.
You got the mic, dog.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Chairman. Why not?
you got the mic, dog.
Is the mic...
94.
Doug, there you go, 94.
Okay.
Well, I
Hootie's
appreciate
Only
you.
Want to Be With You music video is iconic. That's from Mrs.
Not
Janie
everything is
Shanahan.
iconic.
Oh, that order is iconic. I ordered chicken, but thank you.
Was it good chicken?
I think it's the best in town.
Oh, really?
I can't.
Now I know where you went.
Yeah. Doug, it's the best in town.
Is it?
That's right.
Try the veal. Best in the city.
Godfather?
Yeah.
Tessio? Clemenza.
Clemenza put the... No. I think Tessio put the gun behind the bathroom, behind the toilet, right? Clemenza taught him how to do it.
Spoiler alert.
Clemenza's like, grip it and then just drop the gun. Don't run.
Why would you want to just drop the gun?
I always wondered that.
Wouldn't you want to hide the gun?
Believe it was before ballistics or forensics, whichever one I'm thinking of.
Even still.
Before fingerprints.
They had fingerprints then.
Yeah, but if you got caught with the gun on you that you did the job, immediately you're connected to the crime.
But you take it out of the restaurant, you throw it in a river or something.
Right. Well, that's how in The Irishman they do it.
So now we're going to go after the Irish.
Seems like the
God,
worst
man,
thing to do would be to leave the
telling
weapon there.
I would say nowadays, yes, because of fingerprint technology. But without that, if you drop the gun, you can't be connected to the gun anymore because you've now left the building.
Except witnesses saw you.
You think they're going to go up against the Don? You think they're going to go up against the Corleone
I just don't see what the
family?
plus side is.
Jackson's laughing at you. He
I
thinks
don't-
you're an ass. That's
Oh,
what
you
he's
pillow
saying.
biter. I just don't understand what the upside is of dropping the gun. When you could take 5 more steps, be outside the restaurant, get in a car and throw it in a river somewhere. Throw it down a sewer. Throw it anywhere other than right where you shot the guy.
I again will say, if you get caught with the gun on you by a cop outside, and that's the gun that you use to kill the guy, they immediately can connect you to it. But if you don't have the gun on you, I wasn't there. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, I don't know.
This Kid Rock concert on Friday is going to be iconic. He is the GOAT. That's from Doug's jockstrap.
Okay, let's just all stop saying iconic if we could.
What about GOAT? Jackson wants that one gone, too.
That's a word that changed completely in meaning, too, because it used to be, I blew the game, I'm the GOAT.
Right.
I made the play that
Yeah.
cost us the game.
You're right.
Now nobody seems to use it in that phrase that way anymore.
That's why the Fats took the boxes of pizza with them from your golf tournament. Couldn't leave their greasy prints at the scene. That's from Mr. Mudjack Mike. Doug, was it 3 or 4 years ago that we had Uncle Leo's pizza stolen from the Dotem?
Truckloads of pizza.
Will we have Lee's famous recipe chicken stolen on Friday from the Dotem, where Mike McGreevy is a 10% chance of appearing?
You think guys will be like shoving tenders in their golf bag?
Yeah, in their pockets. In their trousers.
You can't be putting chicken in your pockets.
How badly do you need a chicken tender?
That's what I'm saying.
To be stealing them.
Like, the pizza thing was like all hell was breaking loose because a tornado was
run for your lives
was coming. So, but someone took advantage of that chaos to take the pizza. We tried getting the CCTV footage of that, but unsuccessful.
The overuse of legend is also exhausting with Gen Z nerds. It's member season. Tell them good luck. That's from Mr. 63011, Doug.
Okay.
I don't know what it's member season. Tell them good luck means.
I don't know what that is.
Jackson, do you feel like your generation uses the word legend too much?
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably. But I mean, it's in good nature. It's not like, it's like a nice thing. Like you're saying someone is legendary. Yeah, it's probably overusing or what's the word I'm looking for? Hyperbolizing somebody's status.
Goat should be retired.
But it's like a nice thing. You know, it's not like used like people aren't being mean to each other by calling each other legends.
Another word used too much is dude.
Jackson, do you? Like Keisha Great Iggy.
You make the case.
We just hear it all the time. People
Fair
say
enough.
dude just to kind of finish the sentence.
Yeah. Charlie Marlowe, big dude guy.
Yeah, I can hear that.
Chairman Steve, he is in Des Moines, and says, the pizza heist at the Dotem was not the tornado day. It was the day I played. I know the culprits. I have a sealed envelope that will be sent to Tim when I pass away, and that envelope will have a list of the names of the culprits. Wow.
I really think it was the tornado day.
That's why people left in such a hurry. Why no one cared?
I think it really was a
You call
tornado
Chairman
day.
Steve in Des Moines a liar, you're going to have a problem.
I'm not calling him a liar. I think he's misremembering because we talked about it all the next day, the Friday of the Dotem, and that was a beautiful day. I remember that. We wouldn't have been talking about it if it happened. We talked about it at the Dotem, so it had to happen Thursday, and that Thursday is when we had the weather. People had already left the course and were eating pizza in the picnic table or the pavilion area, and then the rain started to come down like crazy, and I was like, all right, everyone leave. Like, if you want to take some food home with you, like, take a plate home. Like, we'll just get out of here.
Scramble.
People took that as, let me take 5 boxes of pizza home. If I maybe my memory's off.
Chairman Steve in Des Moines has testified before that there was malice behind the theft.
Oh, absolutely.
There is a picture taken with giggling boys as they run away with the pizzas.
Oh, my God.
In their whips.
Oh, my God.
And how many did they get? They got like 50, 60
Well,
pizzas.
when Chairman Steve passes on, we will find out.
Okay.
So it's kind of like the Kennedy file.
That's
like
correct.
I feel like when at a certain point it'll be released to the public.
It was Friday, Doug. The picture I have is time-stamped. That's from Chairman Steve.
Well,
It couldn't have been Friday because we talked about it the next day on the show. It couldn't have been Friday.
You and Steve are going to fight, man.
Because it was due to lousy weather. People were
Right.
running to their cars.
Right.
Some
Matter of
people
fact,
thought-
I'm just going to go on our Twitter account and find that video of you and the Plowhawk riding in the golf cart as you're getting pelted by rain, and I can absolutely find out when it was.
Okay.
Korean texter Brian Henson here. Blue Chips filmed at Case Arena in old Frankfort, Indiana, home of the hot dogs. Think about that, Doug. Then let me get a whiff of your musk. Thanks, and hashtag free perk. Hashtag I stand with Mr. Martin. It's Brian Henson, Korean texter.
Okay.
Thanks for standing with me, Korean Texture. In this time, it's nice to have support.
Blue Chips directed by William Friedkin, who also did The Exorcist. With a duality of man there, you know.
Duality of man, Doug's not going to like that.
To
right
make
there.
like
I
the
know
Exorcist,
that.
to make The
How
Exorcist.
about a movie
some
boy
crazy.
on directors and their divergent paths, like just
Yeah.
the randomness of 2 different movies?
That one is a stark difference.
Wow.
How do you suppose they got Linda Blair's head to spin around?
Good question.
the era
1971.
before all the-
Oh, we just
Craziness.
dunked on you. Good question in 1971.
Well, I'm saying it's impressive to have such good practical effects in the early 70s like that.
Korean Brian is iconic. That's from Cut Knipple, Doug. Now they're just doing it to us left and right.
I think they're mocking us.
The Irish are really good people. That's from the Yugoslavian Bruiser.
Thank you.
Just a nice blanket take.
Now, Orson Woods Wacko, not happy with We Too Low. We Too Low sucks. I bet he's a little person with obsessive compulsive disorder. Sharon, you screwed up my order this morning at Starbucks. That's from the Orson Woods Wacko. He went after 2 people with 1 text.
He sure did.
Cardinals won last night, Doug. We should be jolly.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, they bounced back. You know what? Why it was in California, 5 months ago when the Billikens suffered a heartbreaker at the hands of Stanford the day after Thanksgiving, and we wondered how would they respond when they headed to Loyola Marymount. And in front of 27 people at Loyola Marymount, they bounced back and said, we're not going anywhere. And in the same state, the Golden State, the St. Louis Cardinals responded to also another unfortunate outcome in Southern California. Could these 2 teams be on a path to success in 2026?
Well, it's possible. I didn't really like the stadium where they were playing last night.
Beautiful ballpark.
I wonder if they had an option to split the Giants park. When the Giants are out of town, the A's would be in town.
Former investor with the A's wrote a book blaming the San Francisco Giants for the reason why the A's moved out of Oakland. So I don't believe that they were looking to take on their East Bay tenants.
Oh, it just seemed like their fan base would have been right there, and they played in a legitimate stadium, and maybe they would have gotten.
I think
a lot
A's
more
ownership was looking to get away from the area. There's a little hostility there.
Well, they're still somewhat in the area.
But where the
Sacramento's not very
A's
far.
AAA affiliate apparently is in Vegas. Couldn't they play at the A's AAA
That
stadium?
would seem to make more
I
sense,
don't know. We could ask Brad Thompson. He's a big Vegas guy from there. Wouldn't they be playing in their own AAA park? You would think, Doug.
Yeah, you would.
Don't challenge Doug on mob tactics. That's from Dr. Xander Malanthrop.
I just can't believe that there's very much of a scenario where you want to leave the murder weapon right where you shot the guy.
Jackson already explained it to you.
I know, but I didn't like the explanation. You could just as easily get caught in the restaurant holding the gun as you could in the 10 feet you're walking to get in your car.
Dr. Xander Malanthrop also says the term gaslighting is used too much.
Yeah.
Jackson, do you agree with that?
That could be an example of gaslighting.
Whoa. On my chest.
Oh,
This all started because we talked about Darius Rucker?
Correct.
it's his fault.
And Hillary Scott, she's on that song.
And I don't even really
And
hear
Chairman, at some point you have to label what this segment was about.
Godspeed.
Yeah, I keep the notes up to date.
Oh, I'm gaslighting you.
I also have some information on the pizza theft.
Oh, my goodness. Huge moment here.
It did happen on the Friday of the Dotem.
Jackson, do you want to apologize to Chairman Steve, or do you want to get in the squared circle and Sauget? The choice is yours, brother.
Fighting? I think I could win that.
Showing you how important the show notes are. The show notes from 5/24/22, which was a Monday.
Yep.
Apparently, people were swiping pizzas on Friday.
Damn it, I surely wrote that, so that's going to be tough in the deposition.
You have to decide right now if you'd like to apologize to Chairman Steve
I apologize.
or fight him.
I apologize.
I think that was the right move.
So
You
I
don't want to get the squared
apologize.
circle.
I
man.
apologize. But for whatever reason, in my mind, we were talking about it at Normandy about the pizzas being stolen.
So we were like soothsayers that day.
I guess.
So the thieves waited until the weather was good to pull off this pepperoni heist?
Was the bad weather
That
then
doesn't
on
make
the
any
Friday?
sense.
No, the bad weather was on Thursday because in Friday's show notes it discusses the tornadic conditions and Ken's faulty weather report.
Is that name taken?
Someone just
Ken's faulty weather report.
So
I
someone
would like
stole
that.
pizza on the Friday.
Hey, it was a heavy weekend. I can see how you're mixing it up.
Yeah.
Well, when you have tornadic activity, the first thing you do is steal pizza.
Yeah.
Once again, for those of us here on the dais, Stephen Wildwood has sent in a picture of the actual pizza theft, Doug. I got to tell you,
He's got a
and,
photo.
and I think it's important to say this, I think it's clear that we could recognize the face of one of the gentlemen. So Stephen Wildwood.
Yeah.
Is that him?
If Stephen Wildwood
Doug,
disappears
do you
overnight,
recognize that gentleman?
It looks like it's him.
No, that's not him.
That's just the side of his face.
But the person who I recognize there is a caller and a longtime caller into the program.
Maybe I'm looking at the wrong picture.
hold on.
I want to do some cropping on that one, unless
It's
Chairman
not this
Steve.
one just where he's got the pizza in his face here in the car?
that's it. Yeah.
Side profile
Side
shot.
profile shot.
Pizza looks good, though.
It would be good enough for me to have him called down to the station. That's all I'm telling you.
And
That's all I'm telling you.
whoever it is, they've got a couple of pies in their lap.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
You know who it is?
No.
Well, who is it?
I don't know who it is.
Rat him out.
I don't know who it is.
Who cares about the damn pizza? Talk sports!
We'd like to have more pizza, please.
It was good pizza, too. It was Uncle Leo's.
I will give the people what they want. Wemby, what a response last night, Jackson.
Was it 27 and 17?
It was 27, 17 rebounds, 3 blocks, although...
I loved the Spurs minus 9.5. Doug, you have Spurs that jingle?
I've got Spurs that jingle, jangle, jingle, ga, 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 as I go righty merrily along. Ga, 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 ga.
Wonderful.
They were talking about former players being there last night, and in game they said, around here, when the Spurs former players come back, they call them alumni. And I thought, well, that's not really that creative or interesting. That was their big... It was like a sideline update.
For hoops, it's rare.
Because it's more of a college thing.
Well, but like Blues alumni, like I think it's more of a hockey thing. When you're talking professional ranks, I don't really hear that ever.
It didn't seem like a real reach, though, to
We don't
say
say
former players, we call them alumni.
Yeah,
Oh,
we don't call
okay.
them Cardinal alumni.
Yeah, you do.
Really?
Yeah, I think you don't. You say Cardinal alumni are here. Andy Bennett's in the house. One of the Cardinal
Dandy Beans, Doug. You like that? Dandy Beans.
Yeah, I
Quite a
didn't
ball
mind it.
striker.
I'm having a big misremembering.
Yeah, what's
Yeah.
going on with you?
I don't know.
It's like Jessica Tandy at the end of Driving Miss Daisy. Here, we're witnessing it for the papers.
Very similar.
I won't reveal until my death, but here's a photo of the culprits. Way to go, dumbass. That's from Sharon and Clayton, and she decided to go with the chairman and DeMund.
In fairness, he folded on that real easily. But I owe him an apology. So, but it's my brain's broke. My dad's texting me. He's like, it had to have been Thursday. It had to have been.
Wow, the family is united on this front.
Yeah, just like those guys in Kansas City or Chicago.
Yeah, the father-son bonding.
You and your pops will run on the course and tackle Steve on Friday.
Let's go after Stubby Clapp. He's bothering us.
I'm not Pete Alonso.
Is it possible there was pizza stolen on both days?
Of course it's possible.
Yeah, I would actually say likely. Yeah, probably.
Having met, I'm new here, but having met the crowd, it feels possible.
Can we get the data, the geo data from Steve's phone? That'll confirm.
He says the metadata is from Friday.
Oh, well, there you go.
Talk about the most important Spurs team in the world right now, the Tottenham Hotspur. Doug, that's from the 573. Okay. Well, I watched that game on Monday afternoon against Leeds, and wow, what a very fortunate break for the Hotspur that the crossbar prevented a defeat after they were up 1-0, and now they still hover above that black line of demarcation that says relegation. Hello again, everybody.
2 tough matches ahead, though, Doug. They got to go to Stamford Bridge in West London to take on Chelsea. And then
that one circled on my calendar for a long time.
And then they head back just a little north in London to finish off the season against Everton.
Okay.
I'm a Spurs fan. Don't talk Spurs. That's from Jugs in D.C.
Don't do
Which
it.
Spurs? I assume Tottenham.
No, doesn't he hate soccer?
That's right.
Right, but the Spurs just won. They're in the driver's seat.
What's going on right now?
San Antonio or Tottenham?
San Antonio's in the driver's seat. Why would he not want us to talk about San Antonio?
I thought you said Tottenham.
I did.
And I said he wouldn't care about them.
Right.
Because he hates soccer.
Oh, okay.
So I'm saying it had to have meant.
Right.
There was some debate which Spurs.
Right.
You said Tottenham. I said he hates soccer.
For sure.
Wow. We're going to give you this segment back, son. I bought some mulligans on the way in. You can have this. You can have this segment back.
Absolutely no one cares about woke European soccer. That's Eric in the Central West End.
Yeah.
He is not happy with the topic.
I'm kind of on the same page with him on that one, but, that's just me.
I do hate soccer, and it's because of Tottenham. That's from Jugs, and he's in D.C.
Now, why would one team make you hate soccer?
Steamers made me love soccer. Boy, when I wear that Steamers hoodie, I've got stepdads coming up to me like I'm on the menu. And maybe I am, by the way.
Just because you don't watch it much doesn't mean you hate it. I don't hate it. Certainly don't hate it.
Eric in the Central West End does.
Well, okay.
Do you guys ever wonder what the hell you're talking about? That's from the Linda Smith.
Yeah.
But if the Cardinals are playing or the Blues are playing, I'm watching that. I'm not watching European soccer. Doesn't make me a hater. It just means I have a different team that I follow.
I want to do a quick quiz with Eric in the Central West End. I want him to come in studio.
Jackson's attracted to him. You got to be careful there. There could be
He's a handsome
sparks.
gentleman.
And I'm just going to say names. And I want him to respond. I'm going to say Newt Gingrich, woke loser. Kid Rock, woke loser. Like everybody. I'm pretty sure the answer would be everybody is a woke loser.
We Too Low has issued his response to the Warson Woods Wacko. Wacko is the hemorrhoid of TMA listeners. Oh. So now they're going at it in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. It's just so unfortunate, especially after a win in Sacramento that you thought would
Bring us together.
Yeah, bring us together. You're exactly right. Brad Underwood will bring us together at 9 o'clock.
Hopefully he hasn't been listening.
Yeah, that's critical. No Jeremy Rutherford today?
No.
Oh.
No, they're not doing the Last Minute Blues podcast, but I do have something to note. Jeremy Rutherford will be at the Dotem on Friday.
Oh, wow. Really?
Yep.
He's gonna play
It's in his backyard.
He's not playing, but he's going to come and hang out and
How about that?
chop it up. I said, come during the program and then hop on the dais for a little
The
bit.
Plowhawk is going to be there, Doug?
Yeah.
Is he playing? Or just
I think he's
I
playing.
think he's playing. The Plowhawk's playing.
Wow, look at him.
JR here all about the food?
I was going to make a joke, and I thought, I'm not going to do it. Just let
No,
them
he
do
wants to get out and hang out.
Fellowship,
JR
Doug.
is a man of the people.
Well, that's his territory down there, too.
Right, yeah.
We got chicken, we got donuts, we got steak. Doug, will you be bringing water with you and bottled
I
bag
hope
of
there's water.
peanuts?
Yeah.
and popcorn.
I was thrilled the World Cup was coming when it was announced, but now a month out, I feel like Americans couldn't care less, stunned by the lack of buildup. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
I think it'd be different if the U.S. had a better team,
Yep.
if we thought we had a shot at it.
I agree. It's also, I think, the prices of tickets being so exorbitant.
Yeah.
I think once it starts, the excitement and interest will be really, really high, but the lead up to it has been less than exciting.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot going on in sports right now with basketball and hockey playoffs,
Yeah.
the start of the baseball season. Just had the draft, just had the Masters and all this. There's a lot of other things to take the attention of the sports fan.
What's your rooting interest in the NHL? Buffalo, for sure.
You know, I have to say, even though I want to see Buffalo win, the intensity for both those fan bases in that series, that's something to behold. I enjoy the hell out of that. I don't know if it would be considered the same when you're talking about going out to Southern California and Southern Nevada. Don't get me wrong. VGK has been a hell of a team since coming into the league. But, man, when you got a franchise that's been as pained as the Sabres and the passion in Montreal, the intensity of that game, both those games, though, last night, you know, I mean, you got a best of three now between L'Habitant and the Sabres, and VGK could be on their way to a meeting with Colorado.
I was at a Ducks game last year when they were way down in the standings going nowhere near the end of the season. And the fan base was surprisingly into it.
Jackson labeled it as the most, what term you gave? You gave the Ducks like the most blah or something like that organization.
I can't remember.
Of the four major North American sports
Which
leagues.
is a bad take.
That was a bad take.
Yeah.
But you're having a big apology segment.
Bad take.
There was a team you came up with yesterday, Washington Wizards, you said.
Worst franchise of the 21st century.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
Is there a damn person on this broadcast that really knows anything about the United States men's soccer team? That's from Jerry Aldini, program director of Camp Mohawk.
We don't know a lot, no.
Yeah, here it
they
is.
don't get a lot of attention.
The old
Listen,
tough spot.
Jackson's going to elaborate on what he calls the old tough spot. Take a listen, Doug. This is going to be a master's thesis.
You want to talk soccer. If you start talking soccer, you don't know enough for the hardcore fan of soccer, so they're going to call you an idiot. And for the people who hate soccer, talking about soccer in any capacity infuriates them. So it's a lose-lose situation across the board unless you are the ultimate expert, and then it's a lose-win situation.
It's a lose-win situation.
I was trying to see where the U.S. ranks. They're not in the top 15 in the nation.
World.
In the world. Behind some much smaller countries, too.
Right. Much smaller countries that prioritize soccer. Soccer is much bigger in those nations.
But we still have so many more people, so many more
I really but then why is India not the greatest?
Well, they should be better.
That's fair enough.
Doug goes after India for not being good at soccer. Doug, but we have Mauricio Pochettino coaching our American squad.
I mean,
we went out and got the best we could find. We went overseas. Are you okay with that?
No. There's got to be American coaches for American teams. We put a ton of money into soccer in this country. Tons of athletes play soccer. I just don't get it.
You guys aren't idiots for not knowing soccer. You're just idiots in general. Doug, that's from Ray King.
That's more
Take
fair.
that.
Yeah.
Take that's the reigning.
That feels
Listener
better.
of the month, right?
Forum Energy Listener of the Month. You can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Coming your way at 9:45. Brad Underwood with us at 9 o'clock. Martin, you know anything about Design Air and Seth Goldcamp?
I do, Tim. That's a great question. That is an iconic question
Yes.
because Design Air is not only the longest running sponsor of TMA. They've been around the St. Louis area, family-owned business for more than a century. Business has evolved. Technology has improved greatly. That's to your benefit. So when you're ready for an upgrade, we did that with a new furnace in November. Seth and his team explain all the different options for you, what the benefits are, quality of air. That's a big thing people didn't think about probably 10, 20 years ago. Air quality inside your home that affects everything, affects your health. DesignerService.com, the great website to go to. Sign up for a maintenance plan. That way, year-round, you are covered. No surprises when things break down. Have the maintenance plan, and therefore you are covered. 365 days a year. Best service team in town. Great employees. They enjoy their job, and there's a difference when employees enjoy the company they work for. For all your heating and cooling needs year-round, it's DesignerService.com.
I guess this is a standard PolosPlus.com lineup, but at 9 o'clock, Brad Underwood. And before him, you'll be thrilled to hear on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, Dan Janson is standing by with an update from the eighth hole.
Should we give him a second to catch his breath?
At Glen Echo, so that's something to look forward to. You can also call in Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And, of course, text in at 314-399-9646. Save it in your phone. Be a friend of the program. Or you can just interact with other TMA listeners all the time in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Open up the YouTube app. Type in TMA STL. Subscribe to the channel. And that is also where you can watch After the Morning After every Monday through Thursday from 11 to 12 after the morning after. All right, Dan Jansen is going to give us an update, Doug, coming up next, and then Brad Underwood at 9 o'clock. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, 9:45. There's the Polos Plus dossier on TMA 101 ESPN.
Want to plan a trip this summer? Boy, it's creeping up on us. Going to be June before you know it. Want to get a trip out of town with the kids? Maybe in the middle of July, August, before they go back to school. Get online, flymidamerica.com. That's where you can find all the great Allegiant destinations. So many Florida spots you can go to, Gulf Shores, Las Vegas, South Carolina. They've got flights in the fall to Knoxville. They're just great destinations available to you at a great price for Mid-America St. Louis Airport in Mascoutah, Illinois, not far at all from downtown St. Louis. Folks have figured this out. Want to get out of town? You want a direct flight? Get there quick and easy at a great price. Somewhere nice and warm. Head to the beach this summer. Book it at flymidamerica.com. Park right in front. Big old parking lot. Get through TSA and get to your gate. It's really about 20 minutes. We did it on our way to spring training. 20 minutes from car to gate. Just don't get that kind of comp anywhere when you're talking about air travel. It's Mid-America St. Louis Airport. flymidamerica.com.
Doug, they love the fans, not money.
That's our club. That's why we like them.
I guess in this case, this lyric is actually accurate.
In terms of players don't have to be overpaid?
In 2026.
Yeah.
They're all getting the minimum. It is sort of the deal.
Arbitration fights for like $250,000.
I need to vet this piece of information, but apparently, if there's a lockout and players that weren't called up, so like minor league pitchers, this may be a reason that you wouldn't call up, let's say, a Quinn Matthews at some point or whomever, because you can keep working with them during the lockout if they haven't been called up. I don't know if that means they can't ever get called up this season or if they have to end up back in Memphis, but some teams will use that as a consideration this year, whether or not to call up young players for the Cardinals, thinking more about the pitching, but they would avoid that so that they'd have access to working with them during a potential lockout.
If there was a lockout, the minor league teams wouldn't keep playing, though, would they?
I don't think that. I think they would. And the theory is, somebody that would know this said this to me, that you can keep working with those players during the lockout if they haven't been up at the big league level.
Yes, Izzy mentioned that on the fast lane yesterday. Doug, that's from Grady.
Oh, did he?
In the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. That's how you can text and you can talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Open up the YouTube app, type in TMA STL, subscribe to the channel, and you can talk it over with other TMA listeners or just watch in silence and lurk. Either one, it's fine. The Toronto Maple Leafs are making a change after the team failed to make the playoffs this season. The Leafs have fired Craig Berube after the team turned in a disappointing 2025-2026 campaign. They went just 32-36, finishing in 8th in the Atlantic Division and missing the playoffs for the first time since 2016. So Craig Berube is out in Toronto.
Yeah,
and that new
GM
GM
over there
that took over said, "Oh, I'm a big fan, and we haven't made any decision yet." At the time, we're like, he's probably getting fired.
Mm-hmm. Well, hockey coaches come and go pretty quickly. You finish dead last place, there's a good chance you're going to get the heave-ho. But we sure loved him here.
He's iconic here.
That is acceptable.
Yes! Yes!
Plate of chicken? No. Coach that wins the Stanley Cup? Yes. Craig, would you say you guys should be bullying these hoes?
Was that your question?
I don't remember ever asking.
Stanley Cup.
This is some grade A speculation. If only you had access to someone like, say, the Cardinal player rep to ask about whether or not minor league players are considered part of the union. That's from the Golden Hoosier Shoe.
Well, we don't call him every 5 minutes. Wrap him up.
Jackson is not having it.
We're not going to call him every 5 minutes.
A condescending text.
It really was.
Was that Twitter reply guy? I'm trying to figure out what's Twitter reply guy.
No, Buck Swope got on me about that.
What happened?
He was like, I was wrong about how describing Twitter reply guy, which seems like a Twitter reply guy response, if you ask me. Very meta.
God, everything's so meta.
Yeah.
Like, everything's so meta. So is Dan Janson, and he is on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Brad Underwood is going to be on these phone lines in 17 minutes, but right now it's Dan Janson from the 8th hole at Glen Echo, Doug, where he is a spotter. Morning, Dan.
Hello, Dan.
Good morning. We have a glorious morning here on hole number 8 at the famed Glen Echo Country Club, where the Olympic torch is still burning brightly.
Is it really? The torch is still out there?
Yes, the Olympic torch still burns brightly.
Really?
We have perfect conditions for moving day.
Okay.
The second round of the 54-hole Darty Ferry APGA Classic.
Doing a live read?
I didn't know roads were sponsoring things.
And you're on number 8 again, chasing down tee shots.
Spotting for caddy on hole number 8.
Okay.
After day 1, we've got 2 players atop the leaderboard, tied at -6. They went out in a blistering 32 and played the second 9 in 34 for a 65.
All right.
One player's 1 shot back.
Okay.
But we got 11 guys in red numbers.
Nice. So they're playing well out there. Conditions perfect. And they're not losing their balls because you're spotting them.
Right.
no lost balls. Greens are in good conditions. They're rolling about 11 on the stimp. They got double rolled again, so they're slick as snot. As Tim said, you better be below the cup.
Be below the cup on 8. It's gettable. It's gettable, but if you're above the cup, it's just going to be gentle. You're just going to want to let it trundle and maybe oscillate a bit to make its way down that steep green that Dan is monitoring.
The cup is in the back left on number 8. The ideal hole here is going to be number 16, where they put the stick right above the ridge.
Dan, do you ever hear from? Yeah, okay. Dan? Do you ever hear from friends or family members after your calls? Because you move the needle, we like to say.
Unbelievable. I was getting, not the humble brag, but I was getting my pool open the other day, and the pool guy.
Oh wow! Jackson and you can have a conversation.
So what are you doing now?
You were getting the pool open, and then what happened other than dropping the phone?
Should I not go to the phones anymore?
No, the pool guy said, I heard you. He said, I know this guy. Anyway, yeah.
Was it the creepy voice or was it the name?
Man, Doug, that hurts. I woke up today.
I didn't say it.
I'm sorry.
Doug,
I'm sorry,
that was
Martin,
rude.
That hurts. At 7:05, I wake up and I turn on the show, and you're questioning my integrity of why I'm calling in after volunteering at a great event for 3 days. You're wondering if I'm just trying to self-promote. That hurt my integrity.
Did I say that at 7:05? Feels like something I would have said. I just remember doing that at 7:05.
I can replay the tape.
Well, God bless you and the great work that you're doing, Dan, and opening your pool.
Now, leave. Just leave it.
Oh, now he's mad.
He's mad as a hornet. Doug, that's Dan Janson. He's out at number 8 at Glen Echo calling in with an update.
Sounds like we're sideways, Tim. We're going sideways.
So that pin location on 16, very difficult green. I'm always told to aim at the birdhouse. You ever told to aim at the birdhouse?
I don't remember being told that.
The birdhouse. That's one of the tougher par 4s in the area, Jackson.
On 16?
Aye.
I think it's the hardest hole in St. Louis.
Wow.
I do.
That's a take.
I think it's the hardest hole in St. Louis. It's a long par 4 where you have to hit a draw off the tee, long way home. You're going to have a long iron into a brutal 2-tiered green with bunkers on both sides. I find me a tougher hole, I say.
Okay. Well, I don't know.
Find Jackson a tougher hole. Meanwhile, we might be going off the air because Jugs in D.C. has sent in a screenshot of his complaint to the Federal Communications Commission. He is submitting a radio complaint for us taking Dan Janson's call. And he also wants us to know that pool he's talking about is 100% above ground. So those are two things that
we don't know that.
Jugs in D.C.
I really respect a listener saying I'm calling the FCC when you really despise a segment or a guest. You're going directly to I picture like a waiting room, and there's some guys, they've all got little manila folders, complaints.
Yeah, the fax comes in.
Just sitting there.
And they scramble the jets.
Sir, where are you out of? Hey, I'm in Spokane, and this new guy, Sparky, really lewd material. Okay, what do you got over there? Yeah, I'm Jugs. What's up? I live around the corner. TMA is off the tracks.
So, Doug, the pin is in the back left on 8 today.
And you got to get over the ridge?
Yeah.
No, 8 is it all slopes down back towards the road.
And Doug was making fun of Dan Janson?
That was you.
Oh, yeah. In real time, you got it wrong, too.
Unbelievable. I would never make fun of Tommy Cebulka or Brian Gregg, I can tell you that. They are at VIP Auto Accessories, and that is where I went, and I got my windows tinted. It just got to the point, once we got off of 920 and went to 590 and then went to HD2, that at that moment, the celebrity was getting a little too big.
Yeah.
And so people would like peek into my car to see how many phone books I'd be sitting on. And I said, I got to get the windows tinted. And that's where VIP Auto Accessories help the cause. That's Tommy Sabulka and Brian Grigg. They have been in business at VIP Auto Accessories since 1979 with 60-plus employees. Quite often, people will go to 4 or 5 different places to tend to their vehicles when everything could have been done in-house at one place. VIP Auto Accessories. Online at VIPAutoAccessories.com. Commercial upfits, graphic solutions, hail repair and touch-up, and aftermarket. All at VIP Auto Accessories. So for all your commercial vehicle upfit needs, ask for Tommy Sabulka. And for all your aftermarket vehicle accessory needs, ask for Brian Grigg. Tell them that the Morning After sent you online at VIPAutoAccessories.com. Coming up on the Polos Plus dossier, Brad Underwood is going to join us at 9 o'clock. That has really upset some people. You would think that people would be delighted to hear, this gentleman was just in the Final Four, and he had an opportunity against UConn to go up against Michigan for a little rematch. But, Doug, many in the audience say Illinois is not a local team. And it has led to some intense back and forth. Yeah. I got a text from a gentleman, I think you know, Martin. I think he might have been or is in sales at the Two Fox. And he texted me and said, I lived 20 years in Chicago, and it's a huge Big Ten town, but Illini profile is surprisingly low. That was the Nipper School Monitor in the YouTube chat saying that the Illini are a Chicago team. St. Louis is Missouri and St. Louis University. That was the Nipper School Monitor.
You have a lot of people that moved to Chicago that are Notre Dame, and then
Michigan,
and then the Wisconsin,
State, I think, is probably prominent.
So a lot of Big Ten schools, other than not Notre Dame, obviously. But Illinois is pretty strong in Chicago. But
I think Chicago's a pro sports town. They've got so much going on the pro level that I'm sure most, if not all, college sports takes a back seat to what's going on at the pro level there.
We're going to talk Berube getting fired or what?
We did.
It's from Big Paz. He wants to talk about it more, though.
Okay. Well, he's out, and we didn't like it.
Well, Toronto just keeps trying everything, don't they? Every coach has been paraded through there, different GMs, president of hockey. They've tried it all. And then they brought the new guy in, and remember, our reporter really didn't care for it.
That's correct. That's a good read.
I talked to 19 out of 20 people. They thought it was crap.
How pissed, though, do you think Alan Craig is?
Did Alan Craig source it?
And the team president said, well, I guess I talked to different people. Feels like that. I think that thing's going to implode again.
Yeah, that's good entertainment up there. Yeah. They provide some quality entertainment. Toronto Maple Leafs is to the NHL. Dallas Cowboys to the NFL. Take approved?
Take
approved?
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Can he even hit it 150 yards? Thanks, lols. That's from Gooner Reloaded.
Who would he be? Jackson?
I don't know. I don't feel like we were talking about anybody's ability to hit a ball 150 yards. Craig Berube?
I suppose.
Martin, have you seen his ability to? Has he got shaft lean?
He played in that Ascension Charity Classic when they would do
that's
that
right,
kind
with
of
the Wizard.
Ozzy and Brett Hull and the Blues Scramble. So I think he can play a little bit. You asked me a couple weeks ago if he would coach again, head coach, if he got fired.
Because he's 60, is that right?
He's right around 60. I still feel like, yes, those guys always get in it. Maybe a year or two down the road, you get another crack somewhere. I don't know.
Sport of the 4 major sports that recycles head coaches / managers the most. Is the NHL correct, or would Jackson jump in and say the association?
The NFL is kind of giving it a run for its money.
I feel like lately the NFL is going with the young coordinator model.
Yeah. They get rid of.
I think it's NHL all day.
I do too.
God, these guys pop up everywhere.
The NBA is close. I mean, Dwayne Casey won Coach of the Year, and then a week later was fired by the Toronto Raptors.
Yeah.
Or no, he was fired, and then 2 days later was announced Coach of the Year, which is even more awkward.
But there were always, Gene Shue, Dick Motta. These guys would coach a million places.
Rick Adelman. PJ Carlissimo. Okay, guys, here's the plan. We bring Berube back as an assistant, and we make him kick Kyrou out of town. Then we all laugh at Jordan, explain, he's not our player anymore. That's from Harrison's brother Master.
I don't know that that'll work at all.
Because that'd be a response, he's not our coach anymore.
Right.
The famous soundbite.
If Harrison's brother wants to fire off a text right now, he can fired off for JR on Friday and ask about Cairo, and then we'll bring it with us down to the Dotem on Friday.
The Fast Lane brought up a cool thought. What if we could trade players from different sports? Example, Blues trade Binnington and Cairo and 2 first-round picks for Aaron Judge. That's from Young Hung Big Al.
Well, if you had the same owners of the teams.
That would be approved?
Like if Kroenke owned both a hockey team and a basketball team, and there was somewhere else where somebody owned a hockey and a basketball team.
We could probably figure that out. Because he owns the Avalanche and the Nuggets.
Well, you're not allowed to in the NFL cross ownership rules, so we're not going to allow Stan to own the Avalanche and the Nuggets while he owns the Rams. We've rectified it. His wife now owns the.
It's amazing how they were able to find a way.
And then Josh owns the Nuggets.
Yeah,
right?
so they worked around it.
I brought my Moke to VIP Auto Accessories to get the Sibian permanently installed in the driver's seat. Best decision since my 7th divorce. Doug, that's from the self-made stay-at-home with new mom. So she has a Sibian in the driver's seat?
Oh, God.
That would be illegal, right?
It'd have to be. Passenger seat? That's nice.
Fine.
Maybe.
Yeah.
A nice accoutrement.
Yeah. Like, there's kind of a scene in Curb Your Enthusiasm where that happens when they're in New York.
What?
Yeah, there's a flying Sibian.
The seat in Larry David's Prius was busted. And when he would drive over potholes, it gave a similar response. That's fine. But driver's seat, that seemed like that would be a hindrance to your abilities.
Well, sure it would.
We can elaborate on that, probably not with Brad Underwood in the next segment, but maybe down the line in the 9 o'clock hour, which is brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Brad Underwood, the head coach of ILL, coming up next. Doug, Mark Milton is ILL, and he's online at STLTaxLawyer.com.
Right, longtime ILL supporter. In fact, he went there to get his accounting degree, and now what has he become? Well, one of the greatest tax attorneys in the entire country. Maybe you've had problems with your taxes in the past. You forgot to file. You didn't want to file. You thought, well, the IRS will never catch up with me. Yes, they always do. The godforsaken tax man will get you sooner or later. And a lot of people have tax problems and don't know what to do. Well, Mark Milton, is a guy who can help you through it, including IRS criminal investigations. His website is stltaxlawyer.com. Mark Milton and stltaxlawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. You're wondering, where is he? What's his credentials? Well, Mark started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, D.C., where he represented the IRS in tax cases around the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. This guy is absolutely one of the best in the country at what he does. He now helps individuals and small businesses right here in St. Louis and in Illinois solve their tax problems. Any kind of IRS issue at all, you contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, no, sir, I am not guilty. I am with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Brad Underwood joining us next here on TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Spurs defeat the Timberwolves yesterday, 126-97. Victor Wembanyama with 27 points, 17 rebounds, and 3 blocks. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back to the Morning After, the show presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. We broadcast from the Stiefel Studios. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Little Jackie Papers on the ones and twos, and it's a program that welcomes you to participate by texting the Air Comfort Service text inbox at 314-399-9646, by opening up your YouTube app and typing in TMA STL, subscribing to the channel, and watching the program with 282 friends who are talking it over in there right now. And, of course, you can call in at 314-974-0101, Callier and Thompson phone lines. Illinois head coach Brad Underwood will be calling us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines momentarily to talk it over here. So we're looking forward to that conversation later on in the Marcana Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. We will have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day.
Papers, were you disappointed we didn't have Underwood on hold? Because 9 times out of 10, Tim, whenever we have a guest, especially if they're somewhat prominent, Papers like, oh, I got to do a little update first.
Spread my wings, show off a little bit, resume time.
Then he always says to the guest, I'll be right with you. Yeah. I've got to do an update.
Yeah, you know how much I like to show off. So.
Oh, is that your thing?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't
like
think
a little,
that's cool.
You're a showman.
A little peacock.
Mm-hmm.
Cousin Nick listening in Atlanta. I was about to change the channel with that golf update guy, but then you torched him, so I stuck around. Poor Dan Janson.
Dan Janson. Spotting balls on number 8, Doug, and as you know, that can be a blind tee shot if you have the distance, and that's why Dan Janson's out there today, just really doing some good work.
But he seemed to be disappointed in us at the end of the call.
We had some video at the 2 Fox last night, and I said to producer Dave, I said, I think it's free and open to the public. Should I say that during the video? And he said, how do you know that? And I said, Dan Janson. That was my source on it. Wasn't entirely sure, but it was not a bit.
Just a huge number of people asking me for my PGA Championship play, Doug. That goes back, of course, to the RBC Heritage at Harbor Town in Hilton Head and giving you Matt Fitzpatrick. And then, of course, the Zurich Classic the following week and giving you the Fitzpatrick brothers and why then it was off to the Blue Monster in South Florida and giving you Cam Young. And sure, on the spread zone, I gave you Rory McIlroy last week, but when asked on Friday, I gave you, do you say Christoph or Christopher?
I don't really come up very
from
often.
Norway. So I'm going to dial in, and those plays will be released on the Spread Zone, which is coming your way on the TMA STL YouTube channel, 101 ESPN YouTube channel, and 105.7 The Point YouTube channel this afternoon as Anthony Stalter, Riz, and I, even though we don't talk to each other off air because of the radio wars, we'll be recording that. Okay. And I will be all over that PGA Championship. Doug, it's at what golf course?
I think it's on my shirt here.
Aronimink.
Is that
No, you got a Shinnecock shirt, don't you?
Oh, I don't know. What's
you
the
don't know
shirt say?
Doesn't even know what his shirt.
I got Admiral Stockdale shirt.
Yeah.
What am I wearing?
Very Ken of you over there.
The head coach of Illinois' basketball team is on hold, so that's a break for Doug because we can't berate him anymore for not knowing the shirt he is wearing.
No, I wasn't sure.
We welcome to 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, Illinois head coach Brad Underwood. Coach, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
We are all wonderful. Thanks so much for taking time out of your morning to join us. What is life like in mid-May for the head coach of the Final Four Illini?
Yeah, it's slowing down a little bit. Graduation weekend, so it's always an exciting time of year. Campus is always a buzz, a lot of people, and we've navigated the portal for the most part, and got a roster that is fairly intact. We still might add a piece here or there, but yeah, we're things slowed down a little bit, and it's always an exciting time to have graduation and the end of a school year upon us.
Have you had a chance to kind of reflect on the Final Four? I'm sure in the moment you're doing scouting reports, the next opponent, the next game, but the moment I remember was Friday. you walking into the facility there, Lucas Oil, and there's so many fans just for a simple shoot around, and you looked just kind of humbled by the moment.
I haven't. It's crazy because it's 3 weeks of just almost a blur. It all happens so fast. I have not watched the last 2 games yet, and then when we got beat on Saturday, the portal was open. So we jumped right into just a different frantic pace, and then I had a little minor hand surgery, so I haven't really sat back and just taken it all in. I'm excited to watch the last 2 games because I know the emotions of those games will come back, and I'm kind of doing that when I don't have anything else on the docket, and I look forward to that. But the whole experience of the Final Four was incredible. I mean, our fans, they said it's the largest crowd ever to show up for open practice, and to walk out there and see all of that was beyond impressive and very cool. And then the best part of it all for me was every stop along my journey, somebody was there, somebody from those towns. Old friends, old acquaintances, and to me, that's what it's all about is the relationships you made, and so that part of it was very fun. But I look forward to watching the games just to kind of rekindle some of the emotions of both those.
Of course, now your fans are going to want you to go to the Final Four every year since you did it once. I'm sure the grind never ends. So what do you do to kind of catch your breath and step away from it for a while, or can you?
Yeah, just so you know, I want to go too.
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
not just the fans, but I think there's a time and a place. We don't get a break right after the season. Those days are long gone, and the calendar runs up upon us to, in today's world, it's free agency and building your roster back for next year. So you don't really get to enjoy that. The off season here, once our student athletes get off campus here a little bit, before summer school in June, I'm doing a ton of donor events, and I'm the national chair of Coaches versus Cancer, which is just about over, and have a few events with that. But it'll probably be midsummer before you get away and kind of slow your pace a little bit, but it's been a great ride. It still is, and it's really fun to see all the excitement and all the memories that were created for a lot of people.
And one of the great stretches of the season is when Keaton Wagler just sort of went off, starting with the Purdue game. And I remember, I think SLU was in on him. They tried to, maybe they even offered him, but the kid just kind of exploded. What do you remember about? I mean, it's not often a kid like that just kind of shows up with very little fanfare and then becomes one of the best players in the country.
Yeah, it shows how little people really know and evaluate in a lot of cases. And I don't mean that in a bad way. There's always guys, and we get so wrapped up in internet rankings and this and that, and the game is about evaluation, and the game is about processing and decision making. And Keaton's elite. He was. We do a processing test, and Keaton blew it away when he came in on his visit and was on campus. And his ability on the mental side of things to execute for a freshman was way beyond his years. And so it's a tribute to him. He's a really hardworking kid. He's so humble. He's got just tremendously simple values, and he's really tough. So he deserves everything he's got coming his way, and he's going to be probably a top 6, 5, 6, 4. Who knows where he goes, but he's very deserving of all of that.
All right, Coach, I was mentioning to the guys here on the show, I think Brian Barnhart mentioned, I heard it somewhere where you were in college and you wanted to be a sportscaster. Now, when I was in high school, I wanted to be the next Ed Neely, and that did not work out for me. Did a young Brad Underwood really want to get into broadcasting?
Yeah, I didn't want to do anything with basketball, to be honest. In terms of coaching it, I worked so hard as a player, and it was, and I knew when I was at Kansas State, I wasn't an NBA guy. So, radio and television communications was my degree, and I had a face for radio, and so I did play-by-play and color for different Manhattan High School football and some of the women's games, and that was a path that I was very, very excited about getting into, and it kept me tied into sports, and it's been very helpful, to be very honest, throughout my coaching tenure.
So you never regretted saying, I really should have stuck with it. I'd be calling some high school games in Manhattan right now.
Yeah, I think I ended up on the right path.
Yeah. And, as we sit here, we can attest to that.
We can confirm that. Even if you would have gone winless last year, we would still say that.
You still win.
Yeah. But there for a while, one of the few media guys that really did know more than the coaches, maybe.
Yeah. Well, there's a good amount of those guys out there, and it's always easy to talk about it after. And but I really enjoyed it, and it was. Like I said, it was a path I was ready to tackle, then just decided to get into coaching, and my passion for basketball took back over, and here I sit 39 years later.
Wow. Yeah, an awful lot of success recruiting players from Europe that turned out great for you. Do you anticipate having that to continue to be the strategy moving forward?
Yeah, it's always a strategy. I think it was just it worked great for us, and we're going to continue. And Jeff Alexander, Orlando Antigua, those two guys in particular are over there a lot. We're going to continue to nurture those relationships and recruit over there. We added one young man this year who is actually in the portal. That we recruited a little bit out of high school or recruited him before his freshman year. He went to Providence and it worked for us to get him in the portal. So, it was not as heavy this year because we've got a good group of guys back. We've obviously got our front court guys back and so we didn't have to go over there as much, but and then we filled in with a nice group of freshmen, and most of those kids have been all of them have been here in the States.
Quentin Coleman, Principia's own star player here on the Missouri side of things. A lot of comps. He'll be the next Keaton Walker. That's not fair. He's his own guy, but I think he scored 50 in the state championship game here. Tell us about Landon Quentin Coleman.
Yeah, I love him. Very, very excited about him and his future, and I think that's I hate comparisons, and obviously, Quentin's going to create his own path, but elite competitor. I loved him in high school. When he reopened recruitment back up, we were in a much better place in terms of understanding our roster, and that Keaton was going to be gone, and so he was just a guy that fit everything about us. He scores at all three levels. He's a winner. He's an elite competitor. There's nothing I don't like about his game. I think it all translates, and obviously, the great thing about freshmen is they know that they physically have to mature and get stronger, and we do that at a pretty high level here with Adam Fletcher, and so really excited about what his future looks like.
A lot of Illini fans texting into the show. We got a lot of Mizzou on this day. I said, let's see, 1, 2, 3. I'm the lone. Tim, you didn't graduate.
I didn't graduate, so I don't think I count. I have 8 hours left, Coach.
Okay. You'll get to that at some point. Loyal listener says, you tell Brad to head over to the Tumble Inn, and I will pay for all of his drinks. So there you go.
Wow.
A little champagne offer right here from St. Louis.
Yeah, I mean, why not? It's 9:15, right? I mean,
little Final Four salute.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, I want to ask you a couple.
We could have a heck of a tab by the end of the day.
Yeah, I really like that. Yeah, if you start early, Doug, you can really have yourself a day.
Well, you could.
I wanted to ask you, I know this probably isn't going to impact what you guys have designs are for the next season, but the NCAA tournament expanding the field, what is your opinion on that move for the tournament, Coach?
Yeah, I'm really torn. You know, I don't think it impacts a whole lot. It's going to be better for the high major schools and conferences. There's no doubt about that. You know, you're probably going to add another couple of teams. You know, probably from the Power Four schools. Yeah, I don't have a good reason why we did it. You know, I think if we want to change things, I think we should really change things. And I get it, but you know, it's if it was for mid majors and low majors, I'm all in. Allowing them opportunities. The reality is that's not going to be the case.
That's an interesting take coming from a Big Ten coach.
Yeah, they have no chance.
Wow,
very little.
Yeah,
and. You know, not in the current format, not the way we use analytics, not the way we use the net. It's going to be very difficult for them to get in just simply because of strength of schedule, who they're playing. I think it adds some challenges for coaches that maybe haven't been thought about. I think it adds you know, I think if you're in one of these conferences and you're not making the NCAA tournament, I think coaches will lose jobs over it, not getting in. You know, we're going to have, you know, we have half our league in now. And, you know, you add a couple more, and if you're a coach that's not in that tournament, and more than likely you're probably on the hot seat or going to get let go. And so I think there's some ramifications of it, but it truly doesn't impact either way. And, you know, the thing that I probably was the most disappointed in is, I mean, that there's really no financial reward for it one way or the other yet. So we'll see.
The scheduling, certainly a hot topic. You're making reference to it with an answer that I think a lot of people probably appreciate. That's a real honest answer, and probably I think it could be described as selfless. Schedule-wise, you guys prepared yourself for March starting in November. I mean, my goodness, with what you were doing, going up against Texas Tech, a formidable opponent, taking them on in Champaign. You took on Alabama in Chicago, got to see UConn for the first time in New York, had Tennessee in Nashville, and then, of course, the game here in St. Louis with Missouri, all while getting the Big Ten schedule underway earlier in December. So you run into the scheduling and challenging yourselves. What is the mindset for you behind scheduling for your team, Coach?
Yeah, there's no downside to playing those games, and even if you get beat, you know, when and the reality is when the net comes out, and we're very big into the analytics. We do a ton of studying it. We get one additional game this year. Our additional game is going to be a high major game again, and but there's no downside to playing those games, win or lose. The reality is when the net comes out and you're in league play or getting close to league play, you move very, very little, and the league is what it is, and it's going to be very, very good in the power conferences, and you're going to get some quad one games. But, you know, the thing you have to avoid is the quad four games, and you can't have too many of those. Is there a place for one or two? Yes, in my opinion, but you can't have too many. They really hurt you. If you have a bad loss against a quad, even a quad three, they destroy you. In the seeding. So, you know, we want to play high level games. Plus, I think players and athletes want to play in those games, and they want to play against the best. They want to play on national television. They want to play and find out who they are. And for us, it's always been the mentality of getting ready for league play and seeing a lot of different styles. And if we get dinged or two, we know what we need to work on. We know what we need to get better at, and that was very much the case last year.
Would you be interested in a matchup with St. Louis University?
I'm always up for any type of matchup. Absolutely, anybody that's good. I'm not going to play anybody that's not good. And Josh has done an incredible job and a very, very good coach. And anybody that's and wait till you see our schedule this year. Very, very little of it has been announced yet, but we've obviously got a return with UConn and obviously the bragging rights game. We go to Tech, and then we've added 3 or 4 other games here that are really, really high level games, and we want to play those games. We want top 15 games throughout our non-league schedule. We're going to continue to do that. We've always done that, and there has never been a downside for us to playing all those high-level games.
That's awesome. I mean, that's great for your fans. That's great for college basketball fans that a Final Four team is, again, running into the challenge. And then I'm sure it benefits your team to be tested like that. Like you said, it's a no-downside play.
Well, you look at the first time we played UConn last year. Keaton played 12 minutes, and David Merkovich hardly played. We were still finding out who we were. We had no idea, and we were sick, and we weren't very healthy as well. But stylistically, we made a big change right after that game, putting Keaton on the ball. After that, we knew we had to get him more involved. We had to create some opportunities for Merkovich, and we made really big changes after that game. And you find those things out when you're tested. When you win by 30 against somebody, and you sit in the locker room before the game, and you know you're going to win, you're probably not getting better. And that's my frustration with scheduling with teams that don't schedule up sometimes. Is it's at the pro level, every game's hard. We don't have games. We don't want games where we have to sit in there and sweat it. We all do that in league play, and coaches today, especially at the power conference level, aren't getting let go or aren't getting fired because of wins. Overall, they're getting fired because of their wins in conference play or lack of. Mm-hmm. And so it's all about making your team better and preparing for league play, in my opinion.
Former Leatherneck assistant coach, Tim. All those years we'd go to Macomb. Yeah. We may have been sitting we might have been at the Red Ox right next to Coach Underwood. 11 years in Macomb. How about that? And now the head coach, the Illini Final Four. You always wanted that Illinois job, even when you're in Macomb, right?
Absolutely. And, man, what a great place the Red Ox was.
Yeah, that's Red Ox shout out.
We didn't have a lot of options, did we? Purple Pride late at night, Red Ox for dinner.
The Purple Pride was a legendary spot, and the Red Ox was every recruiting meal, I think, was happening at the Red Ox. That was awesome, and it's when I first became dialed into how powerful the Illinois brand was and basketball and I always say this, we dreaded having a game the same night that the Illini had because all the fans were in Champaign. They would not come to our game. So it was really powerful. It was an eye-opening experience for me. We only played 2 guarantee games, one against Lon's team and one against Bill's team. And you just remember that atmosphere. And those are memories that my son, all my kids were born in Macomb, and my wife bought my son I don't know, he was very young, 2, 3 years old, 4 years old, I don't know what he was, a Brian Cook jersey, and he still has that. It was an Illinois jersey. It wasn't any other choice. So all those things impacted me wanting to be the ball coach at Illinois.
And now you've got the Final Four team returning to action here. Practice will get underway pretty quickly. Illinois coming off a Final Four season. Head coach Brad Underwood joining us here on TMA. Coach, really appreciate it all the time. Thank you for the candor in your answers as well. And we'll look forward to talking again soon. Thanks so much.
You guys have a great spring, and appreciate you having me.
There he is. Thank you, Coach. That is Brad Underwood with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. I really enjoyed his answer on the NCAA tournament expansion and scheduling.
Yeah, I think genuine disappointment that it's not going to reward mid-majors.
Yeah.
He basically said, we know it's not.
Yeah.
And basically what we've all complained about, you're going to get the 9th or 10th best team in the SEC or the Big Ten, and it kind of sucks.
How much more interesting would the non-conference basketball schedules be if everyone had his same philosophy, that you might as well play good teams?
Jackson, you're a ball knower. What did you think about his answer on that?
I think it's the I don't want to use the word pessimistic, but I think most people around college basketball are kind of thinking like, in the perfect world, like optimistically, it would help mid-majors and kind of mitigate this issue where like we're not going to play them. But he gave the reasoning too. He's like, it doesn't hurt us to play these rock star teams like Doug's talking about. Like you lose those games, no one really cares.
No downside. I mean, that's what he kept saying. No downside.
No matter what, win or lose, your team is getting better because of those games. If you play a mid-major and you lose, it is going to hurt you a lot more than help you if you are to win. So I understand how he arrives at that conclusion. And then in likelihood, it'll probably be year by year, but I could see like the first year it helping. Like if it was implemented this year, Auburn probably is in the tournament, and that sucks. That sucks.
But Chris May and I think Coach Schertz have said if you look at the first 4 out, next 4 out, there was another A-10 team. I'm blanking now because VCU was in.
Dayton?
But they said most years, if you look, like they did some recent checking, and they said there was at least one more A-10 team that would have gotten in recent years based on the first 4, next 4, that sort of math. But I agree that I'm pessimistic that they won't just shove all the Auburns of the world.
I think it'll be year by year.
Tournament. Also interesting, he said, where they haven't seen the monetary difference. Like, where is the benefit money-wise?
So he talked about playing UConn again this year. They're going down to Lubbock to take on Texas Tech. Mentioned, of course, the bragging rights game. And if I'm not mistaken, he said we have 3 more that are big-time games. They're going to have a lot of interest. So
they always have a killer UConn. Doug, you don't know the years, but this is amazing. It's going to be his 10th year at Illinois.
He started in 2017.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, papers a hard wrap.
Oh, we got a wrap. All right, it's TMA 101 ESPN.
Gosh.
I had Michael Mahoney and his team out to my house from Roof Restore. They're online at notanewroof.com. They're a locally owned business with decades of experience in the roofing business. They treat and maintain existing asphalt shingled roofs, adding up to 15 years to the life of your existing roof at a tiny fraction of the cost of replacement. I asked Michael, I said, so what's kind of the breakdown on how much money you're saving people? And he said, it's about 90% less than the cost of replacing your roof. And for many people, the home is the biggest asset. Well, the roof of that home is the biggest risk. And now insurance companies are not covering roof repair like they used to. So you need to be proactive. Work with Roof Restore like I did. Go to notanewroof.com. That's notanewroof.com, or call 314-279-ROOF. It's Roof Restore at notanewroof.com. It is the morning after, fresh off a conversation with Illinois head coach Brad Underwood here on TMA. And Martin, unfortunately, they're not happy about it.
Not happy about anything.
Yeah, I think you've arrived there. Even though you're new here, you're starting to feel the vibe. Can you have Coach Underwood on again since you cut him short on time? That's from the unprofessional Illini golfer. I believe it was a 26-minute interview.
That wasn't enough.
Okay, so they enjoyed the interview, but thought we cut him short.
We cut him off.
At some point, you can almost see the guy being interviewed looking at his watch. Is this about over? No, he couldn't have been nicer. But you can't just talk to people forever.
How would you like to have been a referee against K-State when the coaching staff was Bob Huggins, Frank Martin, Brad Underwood?
Oh, my.
All have incredible scowls.
Yeah. Frank Martin scares me.
Meanwhile, thank you, fellas, for getting some Illini talk on. Much appreciated. That's from the 618. What a great interview, guys. That's from the 636. That's from the 636, Doug. That's not 618. That's not 217.
Sure. I think we almost had him talked into scheduling the Billikens.
That's what the Pirates beat writer said. Let's go. Slew will play in Champaign. I think he'd do that in a heartbeat based on his answer.
Yeah, I think he's sincere. I mean, I don't know what openings they have. And I did hear some coaches last year saying about the Miami of Ohio, who are jumping up and having a great year. They said you have to be consistently good to get scheduled because you're a couple years out. Yeah. It's not. Typically, it's not, you're good this year, we'll play next week. Those things are a couple of years out. So if you're an established program, or if SLU can sustain what they've got going now, then more and more schools say, okay, that's a legit opponent.
How great would it be? I mean, I realize the home-and-home thing is what got Doug sideways with the Missouri fans at the Tiger Club.
They were hot at that Llewellyn's.
But if you got Illinois coming in with Brad Underwood at Chaffetz Arena in November, December, how do you do?
Well, why don't they just play them the night after they play Mizzou? I mean, they're already in town. They're checked into a hotel. Play Mizzou on a Thursday or whatever it is, and then SLU the next night.
Glad that you guys took time out of the all-important soccer talk to interview that guy. Brad Underwood, now known as That Guy by Little Beer Cat's Cuck Stool.
That guy.
You just can't please them all.
Jackson, how was it for you listening to Coaching Excellence? Come on, Jackson, finish it. ILL. That's from the St. Charles Illini.
I love Brad Underwood. I've said that many a time. I only dislike Illinois one night a year.
He did seem to indicate there weren't a lot of Macomb options. The Red Ox was it.
Pony.
God.
Is that where Howard Balzer used to sing his
That's right.
karaoke?
Well, the Red Ox was the nice restaurant, the one nice restaurant in town. No offense if they've added some. I see Hanny over in the corner having a little cocktail, talking about the crappy old lineman that handed me this kid. But Purple Pride, there was like that square downtown where there were a handful of bars.
Jugs in D.C. Says, why does Mizzou choose to play JUCO teams regularly? Great interview, fellas. Fight Illini, beat Tiger. That's from Jugs in D.C., usually an Atlantic 10 guy.
Is he the guy who changes his avatar papers?
No.
To the whoever Mizzou is playing?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. I don't believe so.
Martin, when so many people loathe you, it's tough to know them by name.
Yeah.
Especially when the avatars change.
It's a good bit.
Don't get down.
Now, I have to tell you here, I'm intrigued by this. I was asking you boys about this in a commercial break. All three of us were down at Busch Stadium in 2004 regularly for what was, I would imagine, many would say, the best Cardinal team of their lifetime. Doug, you talk about the 68 team.
Yeah.
I hold the 85 team in high regard, but I was 8 years old, and everything's maybe better when it comes to sports and your memories as a child. But I think Cardinal fans, by and large, talk about the 2004 team being the best team. This podcast we've been playing some clips from here over the last couple of weeks is called what, Jackie Papers?
To the Majors.
And it's Jonathan Lucroy, former Brewers catcher? No, this is
Kevin Pillar and Cody Allen.
Was he a guest? He was a guest on the play. Got it. Kevin Pillar and Cody Allen.
So not huge names.
Right. But
Pillar's been around.
But I mean, he himself, I was watching the interview, he himself talks about how he wasn't really that great of a player and how he's so relaxed now because you are so stressed when you are playing Major League Baseball and you're not a star.
Kevin Millar being a bigger name.
That's correct. I believe he coined those 2004 Red Sox, the idiots. It's either him or Damon. Either way, They got Chris Carpenter on. Jeff Suppan was supposed to get Chris Carpenter on for us.
That's why we're sideways with Soup.
Exactly right. There's never been more tension. So I was looking this up. The 2004 World Series, for me, individually, as a Cardinal fan, as somebody who covered it, who was around that team from start to finish, never really bothered me as much as I feel like it did a lot of Cardinal fans, because by the time they got there, they were a shell of the team that won 105 wins. And anytime we talk about it with somebody who's on that team, or we talk about historical Cardinal teams, I note that Chris Carpenter, who was the ace of the staff, was not healthy. He got hurt in September, kind of a random injury, and he was done. And so by the time the Cardinals got to Fenway Park on Saturday night, Woody Williams had started a game in Houston in that NLCS and thrown a billion pitches. So he was overworked. He pitched game 1. I think Matt Morris started game 6, which became the Edmonds home run game. So he was on short rest. Suppan 3, Marquis 4. They just weren't the same team. I mean, offensively, sick, but they didn't have the pitching staff because their guy was out. And that guy shut down the Tigers in Game 3 of the 2006 World Series, and by happenstance, many in Texas feel like by rigged stance, got to throw on short rest in Game 7 of the 2011 World Series, that being Chris Carpenter. So Carpenter goes on this podcast, and little did I know that there was a real campaign amongst both Carpenter and the team for Carpenter to pitch in the 2004 World Series, and that campaign began just a couple days after he got hurt in September. And he's real blunt with his assessment of what took place and what it cost the 2004 Cardinals. Here is Chris Carpenter.
I wanted to throw, and I was begging him to throw. I was throwing bullpen sessions, and everybody was pushing for me to throw in that World Series. And we were walking through the hall in Colorado, and he's like, "Carp, I'm not going to let you do it." He's like, "You've worked too hard to get back to where you're at. For me to be selfish to put you out there on the mound and it happen again and you not heal." He's like, "I'm not going to do it." He wouldn't let me pitch. I'm not going to say it cost us the World Series, but it definitely took a link out of our ability to compete a little better. And no matter what anybody says about some of the things that he's done in his past, I respect him for that.
John, Tony Dunk, was that about not pitching?
I believe he's talking about La Russa.
Saying, I'm not going to let you do that.
Tony.
Even though there was a thought, hey, try and get out there.
According to the archives, he got hurt in a game, I'm not mistaken, it was in St. Louis against Arizona. And that was on the 19th is when he went on the IL, at the time DL. And then they played Colorado the following weekend. And that's when he was making the case, and that was September 24th, 25th, and 26th. So that's, well before the playoffs would get underway against the Dodgers. That's who they played in the NLDS, and then the Astros in the NLCS, and, of course, the Red Sox in the World Series. If you have a healthy Chris Carpenter, I doubt that series against the Astros goes 7. And I would say that it changes the prognosis materially against the Red Sox. That's not to take anything away from the Red Sox. It's really not. I got no ill will on the Red Sox. I'm just saying the Cardinal pitching staff was a shell of itself by the time they got to Boston. And that's why I think they went 7 against an Astros team that they were probably, during the regular season, much better than.
Carpenter did go on to get to play in parts of 8 more seasons after that. If he does pitch in the 04 World Series, maybe he does get hurt again, doesn't have and that's what he's saying. Back end of his career.
And that's what he's saying. He's saying he appreciates La Russa. He's sacrificing a team that wound up with 105 wins, and they beat the Astros out in that division, by the way, by 13 games. At the same time, Houston's a 92-win team, so it's not like they were some rando. But that team that the Cardinals wore in October was still so good, with the lineup in particular, and also some gold gloves, and of course the famed MV3, that they were able to overcome what was, again, relatively speaking, for a 105-win team, not the rotation that you would think of when you're talking about a 105-win baseball team.
And knowing what you know now about him and his October prowess, until that 2012 NLCS, remember against the Giants, he was just kind of done, but he went out there a couple of times. Prior to that series, he was 10-2 Wins and losses, I realize, are not always the only metric, but as a postseason pitcher, 10-2 before he sort of melted down eventually in that Giants NLCS. He was a beast in October.
They also had a fantastic bullpen that year, 2004. Isringhausen had 47 saves, 2.87 ERA. Steve Klein's ERA 1.79. Tavares 2.38. Ray King 2.61. They had 4 or 5 guys they brought in there that were just had career years as relievers anyway.
Ray King.
Yeah, another one.
Kiko Calero.
Yeah, he didn't get to pitch as much as some of the other guys, but those main 5 guys out of the pen all had great years.
Do you like that Julian Tavares wet himself before pitching?
I didn't know. It was better that I didn't know at the time.
JT Tavi liked to potty?
That's right. Yep.
Is that what he said?
Yeah.
And I think he meant party, but he did kind of go potty on his hands.
That's correct.
It's kind of confusing.
That's correct.
He was fun. He'd be a great guest, wouldn't he?
Another surprise guest.
Next week's you'll never guess, by the way.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah,
Ooh, deep tease. So the program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. We're in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Chris Carpenter also talked about something that McGreevy has talked a little bit about going on with the 2026 rotation. And that is the bond that they had and how that played a role in the rotation's success and chemistry.
The expectation level here is going to be different. We're not just the Oakland A's. We're going to be the St. Louis Cardinals pitching staff that is going to have standards and expectations each and every day to be different than others. Now, how are we going to do that? Mentally, physically prepared, all those things. And we're going to hold each other accountable for all that. So if you didn't show up on time, I got in your ass. If you were late for your bullpen while all of us were standing out there, because that's what we did, besides the starter that day, the other 4 guys or 3 guys were out there watching you throw your bullpen. And if I didn't show up, it didn't matter if you had 1 year or 100 years in the big leagues, you were going to be a part of it. And if you didn't fit in. And guess what? You weren't going to be in our rotation very long.
Boom. How about that?
Okay.
Creates a culture.
Creates a culture. You better believe it. You have that guy as the ace of your staff and Molina as your catcher. You best be prepared. You best be prepared, Kip Wells.
Well,
and Walt Jocketty signed him even though he was sitting out an entire year. It was just I think Matheny recommended Carpenter. They were teammates in Toronto and good friends, and Matheny recommended him. Jocketty and front office looked at him and said, okay, and they bring him in 2003, can't pitch the whole year.
He missed 5 full seasons of his career. 5 full seasons.
Yeah, he'd be a Hall of Famer if not for that. Yeah. But the way he shushed Martin is something I haven't been able to get over, and I'm surprised you could.
When I see him, it's awkward because I kind of walk behind him and go, shh.
Yeah, you got to fire back.
At least he's not that intimidating physically, He's kind of
he's just
more slight gentleman.
6'2",
yeah, Mike Hampton size.
I think you're being serious, but he actually is intimidating because of his height.
Of course I'm joking.
Okay, I couldn't tell.
I finally got one over on you.
Oh, that was a...
Yeah.
Well, I think you said his slight build.
Right.
I thought you were being
he's
serious.
He's very physically imposing.
But he's not big. He's tall.
He's not.
I've never seen a man in a Valkyrie's hat more confused.
Like, you think you can beat him in arm wrestling?
Get him in here.
All right.
Even though they're physically imposing.
Talking about the shush.
Even though they're imposing, it's very rare
slam.
that an athlete will just beat the stuffings out of a media guy.
Well, what did Holiday say about Schill? In terms of
not
getting
big enough to be doing all that.
Big enough to be doing all that in terms of messing with players.
James Carlton is a wonderful gentleman, my insurance agent. And now, Doug, we celebrate today.
Oh.
James Carlton has gotten his 500th 5-star review on Google. Well deserved. Jackson's now a client.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I've posted a review, Jackson. James Carlton, carltoninsurance.net, 314-961-4800. It is wonderful to see how many people in our listening audience have made the switch to James Carlton. It truly is worth it. I realize. Listen, here's 2 things. Number 1, getting on the phone in the first place. Pain in the ass. Pain in the ass. Text me. That's all I need to do now. Text. So you got to deal with that. That's fine. 314-961-4800. And then secondly, a lot of times you inherit your insurance agent from your family or maybe somebody who's a buddy from school. They get into the industry, and then it's awkward. And I understand all that. I got no ill will on it. But here's what I'm telling you. I made the switch. I had the awkward conversation 7 years ago, and I am so glad that I did because I save money. And anytime I need to reach out to James in his office, I know it's going to be taken care of. So I save money, and I have peace of mind with a person who runs a wonderful business. That's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. Design, air, heating, and cooling email today coming up here on TMA 101 ESPN.
Great to have Michael's Baths on board with the show, and we've got him at our house right now, tearing out the kids' bathroom. Doesn't matter what the project is, whether it's just a tub-to-shower conversion or a full high-end bathroom remodel, they can hit the refresh button for you on your bathroom. Michael's Baths. It's owned by Michael. What do they do? Just baths. That's all they do is repairing, renovating, refurbishing your bathroom in the home, in the basement, whatever one needs repair. Top to bottom, they'll get it done for you at a reasonable price. All 5-star reviews, 30 years of experience. And when Michael's has folks come out to give you a little bid and tell you about the process, those are former installers, so they know the process. Some of these sales folks just do it as a sales job. Not with Michael's Baths. They have been installers themselves. If you're hearing this commercial, they will come to you. Yeah, the entire listening area is covered. michaelsbaths.com is the website. 636-775-0800. 636-775-0800. Tired of looking at that tub, ready to get it removed? Want to hit the refresh button on that bathroom? Go to our friends at michaelsbaths.com.
so good. Listen to this vocal pitch. Right there.
Well, I don't know.
Bah. The program's called The Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We broadcast from the Stiefel Studios on 101 ESPN and on the TMA STL YouTube channel, the kids podcast like the Dickens. And you can do so via the Schaefer Door Company podcast app. You can email in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day every day at approximately 9:45. We're running a little late because we had the head coach of the Illini on from about 9 to 9:30. However, Doug, is it the unprofessional Illini golfer said we cut him short, so we need to have him back on.
Okay. Maybe we did. Their sports information director just texted me, said it was great. Listen to Coach with you guys. How long are you guys on? We've got a little scheduling news coming up here. And I'm like, oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
I said, well, the show ends really around 10. Then it continues for whatever reason till 11. And then Iggy smokes cigarettes for an hour. So you got a window. You got a window.
Right.
That's right, Doug. We theoretically have good news. 2 more hours. Now, why do you...
No, that's
that was
great.
a groan.
I'm really looking forward to
groan.
it. Fabulous.
Does after the after...
Right.
Do you
audio bake sale.
Do you discuss, and I've heard some, do you discuss any sports?
It depends on if Iggy's Instacart shopper girlfriend is into sports. Otherwise, then no.
That's the hot topic at the moment.
Probably won't tell audio bake sale. I won't tell Coach Underwood to buzz back in during the after show.
That's right.
We talked a little Tiger yesterday. Tiger Woods.
Well, because Iggy has Doug on his Patreon where they pick golfers, Doug picks golfers out of a hat.
Couldn't do it yesterday. Iggy didn't get his internet back.
Because of, well, I'm not going to.
No, I get where your theory was. That's not the reason.
I didn't know.
A couple zip files, maybe.
Didn't know I was down.
I think he's downloaded Euphoria episode 3. It locked up the hard drive. Doug, we got that design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day coming up here on the program. I'll be honest with you, I can't get into my email. So Iggy can't get online, and I can't get into my email. While I tend to that, Doug, you can tell people about Collier and Thompson.
Well, Collier and Thompson is where you go if you want to turn your house into a showplace. Maybe you'd like to move into a nicer house, but interest rates being what they are, you're just going to have to stay put. Well, pump some of that money into your own house and make it worth more, make it look better, make it a place that you really want to be at. And Collier and Thompson has been doing that kind of thing, making people feel happier in their homes since the 1950s. They can remodel your kitchen, your bathroom. That's what they specialize in. Also, basements and wine rooms and man caves, any part of your house, really. Collier and Thompson has the pros to go in there and turn that into a show place. And maybe most important, Collier and Thompson is a remodeling company that you can trust. You have to trust the work's going to be done right. Communication is clear. You have to trust the process. Kind of hard to find in the remodeling industry. Homeowners have many frustrations with that, such as communication and timelines, and sometimes just getting people to show up is an issue. Not with Collier and Thompson. These people are pros, and have been for many, many years. They've got some new updates in their showroom. So if you're looking to redo your kitchen or your bathroom, head on out to the showroom. They're on Manchester, in Manchester, and take a little look-see around. They have more than 10,000 square feet, more than 20 kitchen displays. You can get some great ideas on what to do so you are happier in your home. Collier and Thompson, come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
There it is. We'll do the design, air, heating, and cooling email today next here on TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Cardinals A's tonight, 8:40 p.m. first pitch. Matthew Liberatore on the mound for the Cardinals. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
Doug, what'd you request us?
Just in this kind of mood right now.
Jackson, what do we have going on right now?
Doesn't it feel like a Cameron kind of morning?
I guess it does.
What is it about the morning that makes it feel like a Cameron kind of morning?
Just the vibe in the air.
Hey, Mr. Tim, I absolutely love After the Morning After. However, this deal with the beer cats and his silly son's text is really tiring. I know it's a joke, but it gets old.
Oh.
That's from the X and Espresso.
Okay.
The beer cats family, father and son tandem, very active in the text inbox. Isn't that fun? You ever text in a show with your dad?
No, not one time. But these two are really coming hard after leather.
Let's see if we get after it here with the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Doug's an old man turned 98. A texter said, dude, a word Doug hates. It's a 2-run homer to lose the game. It's having your pizza stolen because a tornado came. And isn't it ironic? Doesn't Doug think? It's like rain on Dotem Day. It's like Michael McGreevy when the pro shop asked to pay. It's like Winnipeg scoring with 2 with 90 seconds to play. And the world also needs ditch diggers. And isn't it iconic? Doesn't Doug think? Now, will you go down on Doug in a theater?
Okay. All right,
Sexual
that's enough.
chocolate. That's
That's
We
the
Too
law.
Low.
Who was it, Tim?
That's We Too Low.
I don't know where he was going with that, but I didn't like it. We Too Low, you have indeed been suspended. Suspended a period of 2 days' time. Your name right now is going to the appliance discounters suspension logule. Doesn't feel good. I know it's not designed to.
Tough for somebody to go and beat We Too Low after he posted that number early on. Wins up in the afternoon.
Is he ineligible now because
Yes,
of
he
this?
is. Yes, he
So
is.
he cannot.
Eligible for Doug's vote.
Yeah, he
Cam
is,
Avenue Capital Partners. We have a bylaw that says we can vote for it.
is ineligible.
It was ratified.
It was ratified by the board. Good morning. My massage therapist, Dale, and I are starting a dads-only mud wrestling league. Stepdads are welcome, too. Hit me up if you're interested. That's from Doug's Oil Boy.
Doug's Oil Boy.
What's up, kids? I've been pressed for time lately with the Strode Show dropping in my ear hole each morning as soon as the hardest-working, technically challenged producer in radio gets out of the pisser. What a sense.
Yeah.
So much there.
Vivid.
I'm truly riveted by the life of our favorite, quote, retired geriatric pervert who woos Instacart delivery women with his Netflix subscription. That's a bad beat that the Wi-Fi he was stealing from the vacant apartment next door was finally shut off. Boy, there's so much value in each one of these sentences. But as Dick Vermeil once said, we will rally around the 2-inch screen on our mobile device and we will search Reddit for adult scenes starring actresses that are no longer with us. Dick Vermeil said that?
He did, yeah. He didn't get a lot of play because the team was so good. But I think that was his direct quote.
Ours is the type of presentation where an out-of-breath geriatric gentleman feels free to drop in at any time and sit on hold for hours through 7 commercial breaks and a wrestling recap in order to awkwardly deliver a report that nobody asked for, letting us know that he's a 4 caddy.
What did he tell me to leave it?
At the big major tournament this week that's neither the PGA Championship nor the Dotem. Jesus. Even Pestis thinks this guy needs to get a life. Then, as if yesterday's call wasn't cringe enough, the guy who sounds like Rain Man meets the Zodiac Killer called back in today to humble brag that his pool guy recognized his creepy voice from the radio. Give me your effing feet! That's from Buck Swope, DBA, the recess lady's breast.
Buck Swope.
My goodness. You know what hurts? Diverticulitis. That's what hurts. But you know what hurts more? Getting filtered 5 emails in a row whilst battling diverticulitis. Because that's a real punch in the gut. Jeff County buddies for life, my dying dog booty butt. Oh. But this email's about salad tossing? Oh. For there is no truer adage than you are what you eat. And after last night, please change my texter name to Doug, and then the last name is Zass.
Oh gosh.
Zass. Is that German?
I'm so close to suspending that gentleman.
It's from County Cork.
It's from Kevin Miller.
Actually, it is. So you read these?
Yeah. Doug Zass. Kevin Miller.
Hitting Doug Zass.
I really didn't want Dan's call yesterday after email the day to slip by, mostly because it gave me nightmares. I just couldn't get out of my head, and it left me angry all day. Now I feel like Tim is testing the commitment and resolve of the listeners with back-to-back days of going to your local golf correspondent who can still call into the show despite being completely out of breath from carrying around a 2-ounce towel to drop.
The towel is wiped out.
What a follow-up treat today. I can admire the work of Bland Dan.
By the way, it is a 3-day tournament, so just a heads up, Thursday is in play.
We've got a leaderboard update. But I have instructed my kids that if I am on my deathbed, they just need to play a montage of his calls. I don't want to be a burden to anyone. That's from Shooter McGavin, the Vice President of People Without Wi-Fi, who wholeheartedly believe that internet will still be fine on their laptop.
Shooter McGavin.
Dear Dossier, work at tech support today was going smoothly until I got a call from a guy who said his internet was down, but his Wi-Fi was fine. I aged 5 years immediately. I tried explaining that Wi-Fi is how he gets internet. He confidently disagreed, saying Wi-Fi is in the house and internet is, quote, out there. I asked him to unplug the router, and he resisted, saying the Wi-Fi is fine. He unplugged it and then said softly, now my Wi-Fi is gone too. This seems like poor design, end quote. I wrote this down for one day when I eventually quit. Toodles, that's from the TMA Troubadour.
TMA Troubadour.
And finally, I'm just going to play this out naturally. The Instacart woman takes a chance and decides to see Iggy again. She remembers how, when she asked what he did, he simply responded, I podcast. And she decides to ask the natural follow-up, what's it called? She gets the name and decides to podcast like the Dickens. She hears him detail how they shared a genuine connection while he talked over the Kevin Hart roast, how he didn't want to sleep with her then because she was special, before she goes to yesterday's episode where he says, I don't care, she's just another girl I know I can take out, add her to the list, end quote. She will not be won back over by the rest of the episode, in which airtime is used for Jackson to hold Iggy's hand and explain to him what Wi-Fi is. She'll cut things off, and Iggy will blame it on how his arm was twisted to talk about it on air, as if he didn't bring it up with full intention of it becoming the dominant subject of the episode. Anyway, I'm loving After the Morning After, guys. It's radio gold hearing Iggy just dig himself deeper and deeper into these holes under the duress of some very simple questioning, while Tim just giggles profusely in the background. Doug, that's from the Poor Film Student,
Okay.
and that's what we have
Poor
for the
Film
Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. We shall vote, and in 40 minutes we will announce the winner of today's Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Did you just belch into the mic? That's my bit.
No, I held my mouth. I covered my mouth, so I would not do so.
What's going on over there?
And I heard
I'm not mad. But I did hear
That's
it.
always around, guys.
Well, no, I'm concerned.
I just don't want people ripping off my material, which I ripped off from Stern.
Are you having stomach issues, boy?
No.
Oh, is that right?
If you would, every once I'll just say, hey now.
Yeah, see? There
Is
you
that
go.
okay?
Hank Kingsley, Jeffrey Tambor. And was he in Mr. Mom, Doug, just like Martin Mull, who we earlier referenced
He
on
was
this
the
program?
mean boss, maybe?
I think he was.
Oh, I don't believe I saw Mr. Mom.
Whoa,
Michael
my
Keaton.
God.
I don't
Homework
think I saw it.
assignment.
Yeah, they had the whoopee.
Oh, did they? Okay.
They eventually, spoiler alert, if you haven't watched it yet,
When did it come out?
82.
Yeah.
Oh, it's outstanding.
You got to give
Doug.
people time to get to the theater.
As much as you work on like home projects, I actually think you'd get a kick out
You
of
would
it.
enjoy
Michael
Mr.
Keaton
Mom.
being at home.
Yeah, and the whoopee was burned.
Does he offer a
And
vodka?
Jillian came over?
Yeah, it's kind of naughty.
I don't.
And he offered somebody a vodka tonic.
Oh, it did.
At like 9 a.m. and they go, it's a little early. He's like,
That's what we did with Brad Underwood.
Yeah, and then Brad Underwood seemed to workshop it in his mind. He said, well, if we go to the tumble, because Pondoff offered to buy him drinks. He said, boy, if we went to the tumble in now, it's 9:15 because we could rack up quite a bill.
Yeah.
I like the way he's thinking.
Yeah, he was workshopping, and I appreciate that. Martin heads to onboarding. We head to the 10 o'clock hour, even though it's already 10:16. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Universal Windows Direct is online at universalwindowsdirect.com, and you have been waiting for the weather to break to finally deal with the old drafty windows, and now here we are. The weather is glorious, the days are longer, and it finally feels like the right time to take on those bigger home projects. That's where Universal Windows Direct really stands out. Right now, when you buy 2 windows, you get 2 free, and there's no limit. The more you upgrade, the more you save. Plus, you'll get 24 months with no payments and no interest, so you can move forward with your project now and not worry about paying for it for 2 full years. And this month, they're also offering a $500 bonus off your home improvement project. Call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free estimate today to start enjoying fewer drafts, more consistent temperatures, and lower energy bills. Upgrade with confidence and enjoy the comfort, savings, and peace of mind that comes with it. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. Doug, Jeff Suppan called in.
Now he's back.
He's back.
Oh,
this is
okay.
great.
Great. Wonderful.
This is great. This is great. This is great. Joining us right now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Friend of the program. I think if he would have called in last week, I don't think they'd blow that game on Sunday afternoon against the Padres.
Probably
all due
not.
respect. Yeah. All due respect. Jeff Suppan with us here. Morning, Jeff.
Hey, top of the morning to you guys.
Yes, man, it's good to be back together. I felt like, you know, it's like, hey, there's that old girlfriend, Doug, that I missed, and we hadn't talked in a week and a half, and I just wanted to talk to her again and see what she had been up to, and if she had been seeing any other guys or talking on any other radio shows. That's what was in my mind.
Oh,
ooh, I mean that's fair.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
I mean, like when you're in a relationship, if somebody calls in 13 days in a row and you don't call back ever, I mean, it's kind of things change a little bit.
That's right. It changes the
Felt
dynamic.
like maybe it was something we said.
Yeah, I mean, is it going to be the same when we get back together, or will those days where we are apart impact us? Did we talk with like Jason Marquis or something like that in that time? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Were you cheating on me?
See, right there. I knew he was thinking it, Doug. I knew he was thinking it. I told you. Hey, we just played audio from Chris Carpenter. I know you tried to book him for our show, but we actually got cucked by, who is it? What's the name of the podcast?
It's called To the Majors with Kevin Pillar and Cody Allen.
There you go.
I just saw that Pillar.
How about
that's
that?
A Valley guy.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. So he gets Carpenter on, and he gets him in studio, too. How about that? And Carpenter tells this story about the 2004 season and how he got hurt and how a bunch of guys, including Carpenter himself, went to La Russa and said, because he got hurt in September, let me pitch. Guys wanted him to pitch, obviously. And Tony said, you worked so hard to get back. I don't want to risk your future. And so he didn't pitch. And then you guys were stretched thin going into that series with the Red Sox, and obviously stretched thin in the postseason against the Dodgers and Astros, for that matter. Do you recall that? I mean, I realize we're going back 22 years on this thing, but I had never heard that story.
I do recall. I mean, I never heard him tell that story. I do vaguely remember that. I didn't. I mean, it just seemed like a little far-fetched, right? I mean, like you have all this nerve damage or all this nerve pain. I mean, I guess he was trying. I mean, when you're a competitor, man, you want to be in there. So I vaguely do remember that, but I did listen to that story, and it was interesting. Like he was, and it was funny. Carp, he was actually when he was a different guy on the mound than he was like normally, right? And so. Just in his normal life. And so, man, he wanted to compete, and he would run through a wall for you. So, I mean, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all.
He also, in that podcast...
I am surprised that he went on that podcast.
Yes, so am I. He doesn't strike me as a podcast guy. Yeah, I agree with you. He also said on that podcast, he told a story, and I think you've referenced this as well. We probably asked you about it, about the relationship with the guys and the expectation with the rotation. That 2004 rotation, Doug, can you do it from memory?
2004?
105-win ball club. Many say it's the greatest Cardinal team of their lifetime. Who was in the rotation? Obviously, we've talked about, we're talking to one of them. We talked about another one. Who are the other three?
Matt Morris.
Nice.
And Chris Carpenter and Jeff Suppan.
Yeah,
I know, I'm just buying time here.
Oh, delay tactic.
Yeah, the other, did you say the other two?
This is a delay tactic, Soup.
Woody Williams?
Yes.
Would have been in there.
Woody Wood. Yes.
Woody Wood. Fantasy football commissioner.
And then there was another one, too. And we haven't mentioned his name yet, have we?
That, of course, being Jason Marquis.
Jason Marquis, that's right.
That's right.
In fact, he had a big year.
The Keister.
Yeah, that's right. Who started game one of the series against the Dodgers because the skipper, as he told me off air one time, you look at his numbers on short rest with that sinker, and I go, no. He goes, look him up. And I'm like, I don't know where I'll look him up, but apparently there's something to it. And then sure enough, he dealt against the Dodgers in game one. How about that? Fun facts for no and tell. But he talked about, Carpenter said, the expectation was when you come to the Cardinals that the rotation will be there, all five of you guys watching whoever's day it is to start, watching that guy throw bullpen. And if that's not for you and you're running late, he said, quote, I'm going to get in your ass. That's what he said.
Oh, gosh.
So that was the expectation, and if you didn't like it, you weren't going to be in St. Louis long. What do you recall about those sessions?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good thing. Okay, yeah, I remember it. We all sat there, and we all expected each other to be there. I do remember when Keister loved throwing, so he would throw, a million. We all kind of threw longer bullpens back then. I used to throw 50 pitches, but I ended up going to 2 bullpens. Carp threw a longer bullpen. Keister, he would just throw forever. And Dunk actually one time was like, "That's it," and he left, and Marquis was still throwing. But it was one of those things where we talked the game a lot, and it was just like basically a way for us to talk pitching without hey, we're going to sit in the classroom and talk pitching. This is how you do it, and blah blah blah. But it was just a way to watch each other, support each other, learn from each other. And then talk the game, and sometimes we didn't talk at all, but sometimes it was very helpful to me. Because a lot of times you don't really watch each other throw other than the game, But after that, I thought it was very important, and I tried to do that as much as possible. But a lot of starters don't buy into that. You know what I mean? And some, like Dunk was consistent, and I appreciate consistency. Other pitching coaches, you would walk in on a day game, like, hey, it's 9 o'clock in the morning. You want to throw your bullpen now? I'm like, no, I don't want to throw it now. I go, but if you wanted me to throw it now, you should have told me yesterday. I could have got ready for it. But I've had a few pitching coaches like that. But Dunk was consistent on his times, and so it was very easy for us to be there and support each other. But it was very helpful.
I've seen guys warm up. Even this year, I saw somebody in the Cardinal bullpen, a starting pitcher, warm up. He must have played catch for 15 minutes, and then he was throwing long toss, and then he went in the bullpen and warmed up there for another 10 or 15 minutes. Just throwing forever, and then they get in the game, and the big thing is pitch count. I said, well, you just threw 150 pitches warming up. Doesn't anybody ever get worn out in the warm-up process?
Well, sometimes you can a little bit, but, it's like you're not throwing the same intensity game as like when you're warming up, right? So here's an example. I got out there at 6:30. I threw. I started throwing at 6:40. I play long toss to about 120, 130, depending. In 5 minutes, I would warm up my whole long toss routine, and then I'd get on the mound at 45, and I would walk in at 7 o'clock. I would throw half my bullpen out of the stretch first, and then I would throw about 25 pitches or so, and then I'd warm up out of the windup. And out of the windup, I would let it go where I'm actually trying to throw game pitch in 25 pitches. So I threw 50 pitches before I warmed, before I went in the game. Because that's how I learned how to do it. And I wanted to pitch like I had pitched an inning, right? Because so I didn't want to have those first innings. Those were that was one of my nightmares. I can't get out of the first inning, but thank God I was able to. My shortest stints were 2 innings, so I was able to make it out of the first inning. But that's how we warmed up. Most of the guys don't do that now, but it's nice to see that. Some still do, but it's whatever you feel comfortable and in the throws. Really, the intensity throws are you're probably throwing 30 of them before a game, and then obviously every pitch in the game is intense.
Friend of the program, Jeff Suppan, breaking it down here on the program. Hey, I get. Unfortunately, we have to wrap relatively quickly. But I wanted to ask you about this. I don't know if you saw it. I know your kids are playing, and you have other things going on. Cardinals out there in San Diego playing the Padres, about to take 3 or 4 from a good Padres team. Soup, and then of course the week before they had taken 2 or 3 from the dynasty that is out there with the Dodgers, but on the final they're 1 strike away, and Riley O'Brien gives up a home run that ties the game to Nick Castellanos. So this 16 games and 16 days that they had with a rain out in there wound up ending on a bad note, a heartbreaking loss. I'm curious. I'm sure you experienced plenty of those, both on the good side and the bad side. I always wonder about momentum carrying over and how it impacts when you play as many games as you do. What is your opinion on a momentum in baseball? For the record, the Cardinals went out and won last night, so it didn't carry over. But what's your experience and opinion on it?
Okay, my experience and opinion on it is it disconnected because it's the grind, right? It's only May, right? So if you're riding this roller coaster April, May, what happens in June and July?
Yeah,
you're going to be exhausted, right? So you got to have played a full season in the big leagues. You got to have that experience but you certainly there is momentum, 100%. But I think the player sometimes has to separate himself from that. He may be aware of it, but they have to really focus on doing what they need to do to help out. So
we always heard
I hope that helps you.
No, it does.
You know the momentum on the show.
Yeah,
the
momentum is strong on this program. I was because we always hear about the 2004 Red Sox. Well, once they came back from the Yankees, there was nobody that was going to stop them. And I'm kind of like, well, you guys were right there with them in Game 1. And so I kind of feel like that's a misnomer. I just think that, because of what we talked about at the outset, didn't have Carpenter. I think Woody had thrown 1 billion pitches in Game 5 in Houston before his start on Saturday night at Fenway, and Morris started Game 6, and those were the starters, and you obviously Game 7. So you guys were just, I don't know. I think the staff was probably on fumes. I just don't know how much of Boston beating New York in 4 straight actually mattered when it came down to it. But hell, what do I know? I wasn't out there.
Well, I think what came down to it is that they became dangerous because they had nothing to lose.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
They were basically 1 game away from it, and then they had nothing to lose, and that's how they played. And that is hard to beat. Now, whether they knew it or not, I know, Millar had his little sayings and all that stuff.
The idiots, right? Or don't let us win one, or don't let us win one.
Yeah, right.
Don't let us win one. That's what it was.
Win one. And it's funny, when I played over there the year before, 2004, I would have to say that guy, like Millar, he really kept people in line, man. He was really a funny guy, and he wasn't afraid to talk to anybody. You know what I mean? Like sometimes in a group setting, you're like, oh, I'm not going to say anything to, whatever, Nomar. I'm not going to say anything to Pedro. But he would bust everybody's chops, and he kept it light. And they were a little dangerous because they had nothing to lose, right? So we had come in 105 wins. We had that great series. The National League or the American League thinks they're better, right? So like we had the best series, they had the best series, and the Red Sox and the Yankees, they always think like they're the World Series. I mean, that was my impression when I played there, and then out after I left. They think they're the big leagues. You know what I mean? Like, and so when they were down like that, and then they came back, they were dangerous, and that was a factor. I mean, we were dangerous too, but it just didn't happen for us. But yeah, we definitely had the 7-game series, but they did too, right?
Yeah, it was a grind for both teams. 7 games, 2 classic LCSs that year. Doug, there's your breakdown of momentum.
Okay,
from the
nice.
105-win Cardinals with the great Jeff Suppan, friend of the program. Wonderful to hear your voice again, Doug. My heart is warm that Jeff Suppan is with us again here on 101
I didn't know.
ESPN.
I mean, I know you got to run me off, but I gotta be honest. I didn't know if I was going to call back. I mean, after Jackson blew me off, and he said, "Hey, we're just too busy," and I was like, I don't know if I can come back from that.
Yeah,
and,
hard to get good producers. Hard to get them.
Yeah, and I was missing you guys. I was missing the combo on my drive home, and I'm just like, you know what? I'm just going to try it. I'm going to put myself out there.
Yeah, I mean, it was beautiful. Kind of like Julia Roberts to Hugh Grant. Was that in Notting Hill, Doug?
I don't know where
God,
it
I
was.
love Notting Hill.
You love Notting Hill?
No, that was the other one. Where she's, with the guy. Shoot. I can't remember it now. But no, it
Richard
was the other
Gere.
guy.
Richard
Yeah,
Gere.
Richard
Pretty
Gere.
Woman? Pretty Woman.
Yeah. And it's all the words I was thinking about to describe it. I was like, I don't think I could say that on the radio.
No, you can, because I was about to. But I know you're an upstanding gentleman, and I try to keep my filth away when you're on the program. That's what I try to do.
I appreciate it.
Yeah,
much appreciated.
Yes,
Hey, just try it every day. Just keep it every day.
But
One
that's
day
how
at
I
a
put
time.
food on the table.
Okay. All right. All right. Fair enough.
Jeff Suppan, Doug, we're back together. We're back
feels good.
together.
Feels good.
And it feels good to be back together. Soup, great to hear from you, sir. Thanks so much.
You guys take it easy.
There he is. That's the great Jeff Suppan with us here on the program. Noted in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, it was the hotel situation in Boston that lost the World Series. Doug, if you remember that, they didn't have a hotel in Boston for the Cardinals, and they had to stay like in Quincy, Massachusetts, or
imagine
something
that.
like. Those boys do talk about that. The guys on that 2004 team. It was like, I don't know, like a Comfort Inn in Quincy, Massachusetts.
A city the size of Boston couldn't possibly have had an availability.
Where'd you stay for that World Series, Tim?
Downtown Boston in a boutique hotel.
I thought-
and that's where I started playing online poker.
Oh, nice. Wow.
Yeah, great moments.
Wow. What a tangled web we weave.
Amen.
I thought you were staying in Manchester, New Hampshire for that. Or
That's
is it-
where he flew
That's
into.
where we flew into. Doug and I were on that flight together into Manchester, New Hampshire, which is, of course, what is that, 15 minutes from Boston?
It was a ways.
They have an international
Traffic there
airport
was
When I
there.
covered the Rams and the Eagles going up to the NFC Championship game in 2002, the 2001 season, the Eagles were coming here, but we went up there to cover that. They flew me into Baltimore, drove up to Philadelphia, and was live on the 10 o'clock news that night. So this is the industry that we've chosen, and that was really more of the salad days of said industry a quarter
Sometimes
century
you're
ago.
good. Yeah.
I don't know what would happen now. I guess you just drive to Boston or take a Greyhound to Boston if the Cardinals and Red Sox play in the World
Find
Series.
someone who's already there.
Dan Rappaport was talking about that. He was on the range at the PGA Championship because I guess some of the media were asking Keegan Bradley, a Boston native. They're like, "So this is kind of a home match for you?" And he's like, "Yeah, I get it." And Rappaport's like, "It's 6 hours from Boston to Philly. What are we talking about?"
Everything north of the Mason-Dixon line is the north.
Yeah, the
to
Northeast is
golf guy.
just one big area.
Absolutely. It is 10:39 in St. Louis. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt slides into the day. That's when Martin goes to onboarding. Jackson Burkett on the ones and twos. The program's called TMA on 101 ESPN.
TMA is proud to be sponsored by Stiefel. They also sponsor the Cardinals, the Blues, Stiefel Charity Classic, Stiefel Theater, the U.S. National Ski Team. It's true, good things do come to those who wait. At Stiefel, great things come from knowing when to act. For 135 years, Stiefel has helped individuals, families, and business owners make thoughtful financial decisions. Founded in St. Louis in 1890, Stiefel combines deep local roots with national capabilities. From customized wealth management to investment banking and traditional banking, Stiefel delivers fully integrated solutions designed for complex financial lives, whether you're growing, preserving, or transitioning wealth. That same long-term mindset is why Stiefel proudly supports TMA, because we know success is all about timing and knowing when the moment is actually the moment. Investing, banking, advising. Stiefel, where success meets success. Stiefel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Man, they're mad at Jackson.
Well, they should be.
I didn't know he did anything.
Oh, gosh. You can't tell?
Yeah, I guess. Jackson blew him off? Cut that one off, Tim. That's from Gator 69. And then Dr. Xander Malanthrop asks in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, Tim or Doug, could you please ask Jackson what his problem with Suppan is, and then by proxy what his problem with Tony La Russa is?
I can't tell you. If I were to somehow be able to go back in time to 2006, Doug, 8-year-old Jackson, living and dying with every pitch of that Cardinals World Series run, that I would be telling, however many years later, I'd be telling the Game 7 starter of the NLCS that we don't have the time for him that day.
Buzz off, Soup.
It broke off a little piece of me. My innocence, just a little sliver of my innocence.
End of the innocence. Don Henley, and that's Bruce Hornsby on the piano in that. Kind of fun that they work together there.
Fun
Age of Innocence, the first time Daniel Day-Lewis and Martin Scorsese worked together.
And Enya what was it? Return to Innocence?
Yeah.
And that was Enya, Doug?
It's like a Gregorian chant in there.
Oh, scary. Scary.
You don't have to do that with your eyes.
Scary.
That reminds me of like being awake at like 2 a.m. and they advertise those CDs that have like the classic soft rock hits.
Oh, yeah, for 50 cents.
Those would be long commercials, weren't they? They were like 5-minute infomercials.
And you'd wake up and they'd be playing at full volume.
Yeah.
But the catch was they'd send you more stuff every month to continue to bill you, right?
Yeah, BMI and Columbia House. Yeah. Heads up, I'm still paying that off.
That market probably hurts along with the encyclopedia market.
That's
not
dead.
thriving.
No more World Book.
Yeah.
Or Encyclopedia Britannica.
Doug, you were asked to lead, not with the Cardinals for the lifetime roofing lead, but with Rory McIlroy's toe injury. And he did have to cut his practice round short yesterday because he has a blister on his pinky toe. After 3 holes, he walked back to the clubhouse. Does that give you pause on Roderick McRib for this weekend in Pennsylvania?
Well, I guess maybe pause. It would.
I was just talking with Courtney Landrum during the break of 106.5 The Arch, and I said, I think it's going to be a bomber's paradise this weekend. One of those old courses where they tore down all the trees and these boys are just going to be flying it over the bunkers. And that's when the fairways widen up for them. Bomber's paradise. But here is Rory, one of the greatest bombers of them all, with why his mind freed up after winning his second Masters. But if this blister doesn't allow him to utilize that ground force that he's so famous for, does that open the door for Scotty Scheffler, who has been finishing second in every tournament since Augusta, to finally get to the top of the podium?
He says the blister is underneath the nail.
Oh. Yeah!
Pinky toe on his right foot underneath the nail. Hard to get to, a little sore. I was thinking it was on the side, the outside. Maybe you could cut out part of your golf shoe so that it didn't rub against the shoe. Or wear sandals with a golf spike on them.
That's what Rich Gould did when we played together.
Yeah. But if it's underneath the nail, none of that would help. It would just hurt to walk.
Oh, yeah,
he told the Golf Channel he soaked his foot Monday night and then ripped the nail completely off to better treat the blister. Tuesday, he removed his right shoe several times before calling it quits. Doug, how do we handle this play? Because I got the spread zone here in a little bit, and I got to make a play, and I've been on a heater, and I got to deliver for people. People are investing their money where I go.
I wouldn't invest it in him. What's he worth already? $300 million? There's a chance.
I think we're going to take the over substantial.
5, whatever it is. There's a chance he's going to say, I just can't go this week.
Yeah, he's already got the career Grand Slam.
You think so?
If it's like every step he takes,
every move he makes, sting.
Yeah.
I'll be watching you.
Nice. Yeah. That was fun. That was kind of fun that we did. That might be a good promo for the show.
If with every step he would take up and down the golf course is like really bad pain, and if you ever had a blister in a certain area of your foot, it always hurts and is like a sharp stinging pain, and you're doing that the entire time. The only relief you have is when you stop moving. I might be like, you know what? I'll see you at Shinnecock.
What does he have to prove?
Right.
Might be different if you were on the edge. I might lose my card. I need
grinding.
the money.
Yeah, different. But when you've reached the mountaintop several times already, probably gonna be a little different.
Yeah, but I mean, I still came in here with a headache on Monday.
It's
Well,
true.
you're a trooper, Luke Gehrig.
It's true.
Thank you.
It's true.
And McElroy, I'm sure he doesn't want to go out and be bothered by that foot and shoot 85 or something.
Yeah. Plus, sometimes you have some in your head with your golf swing, and if it's like when you have a tree branch behind you, and you probably aren't going to hit it, but it gets in your head, it can mess your shot up.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, Doug, I'll address it. It's being called Toegate.
No, for heaven's sake!
After pulling out of a practice round yesterday, Rory McIlroy is back on the range today and sporting Nike Victory Pro 4s. Rory told his caddy the toe feels okay, but still hurts a bit walking, and the new shoes are softer. That is from Riley Hamill.
I really like the look of those new Nike Victories. They look like the 2013 Tiger Woods shoes.
Tiger shoes?
I don't.
The 2013,
I'm sorry.
Well, the 2014 White and Volt Tiger Woods shoe is the GOAT.
Are you kidding me right now with this? Tiger won the U.S. Open with a broken leg. That's from the X and Espresso.
Okay, we weren't kidding with you. This is a real story.
And I think if Tiger could redo some things, maybe not playing in the 08 U.S. Open could have changed some things.
I never have made a mistake in the 22 years of this show. I certainly haven't off the air outside of being a godless pervert. But it looks like you guys allowed me to say something that wasn't true in this segment twice. And so it would be cool if you maybe went to Twitter with a notes apology.
Okay.
How would you even word that?
It's not BMI, it's BMG, Doug, that sent you all the CDs and
Is that what it was?
cassettes for a penny that you had to get an attorney to get you out of. And then also it was not Enya, it was Enigma with Return to Innocence. And
but you didn't have that headache.
Chairman Kurt and Jackson would all like to apologize for
allowing you to get away with it.
I already took accountability in the YouTube chat.
I didn't even know. I didn't know Enya was a band, a person. It sounds like a Kevin Miller email name.
I think she's an Irish lass.
Oh, okay. Well, I support her.
Then.
Yeah.
Oh, do you? That's interesting.
Give back
you've
the
been,
6
you've been
counties.
heavily
Give
anti.
them back.
Oh, all right.
You know where I stand on the troubles.
Oh, look at this guy. He's with us. The Republic, eh? Yeah. All right, I imagine we've got a break.
Yeah.
Okay, it's TMA 101 ESPN. Ryan Luchtefeld is who I have been talking to as we are in the market for a home. And he is with Delmar Mortgage. His number is 618-593-3608. That is his direct number. That is his personal number, 618-593-3608. Delmar Mortgage, 60 years family-owned business, and Ryan has been with Delmar Mortgage for 13. He's been in the industry for more than 2 decades. It's a personal, local touch, but with all the necessary technology to make the process smooth and easy. And as somebody who just completed the process, I can tell you it was smooth and it was easy. Way easier than I thought. Pre-approvals and fast-track options that'll make your offer stick out to local sellers and listing agents, and with closings in as little as 2 weeks. It's Ryan Luchtefeld with Delmar Mortgage. You heard Ryan during the Billikens season with us. He played for the Billikens. He is now with Delmar Mortgage. It's 618-593-3608 or go online at delmarmortgage.com.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Cardinals and A's tonight, 8:40 p.m. First pitch with Matthew Liberatore toeing the slab for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
All right, Jackson, who won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today?
Tim, today's winner, the one, the only, Buck Swope.
Yeah, it was his day. It was his day. We got to go. Doug, you got something to do?
Yeah, we have the Strode program.
Oh,
no, he's good.
Oh, okay. All right, fair enough. We do after the morning after. But BK and Ferrario coming up here on 101 ESPN. We got to go. Bye.